Once upon a time, there was a god named Duma.
Phone, I just started. Shut up.
I actually never really had that much Girl Scout cookies.
You doing it?
Hey,
No.
Literally,
There's
right
a character named Leif in Helsing Ultimate. I never knew that. It must have been a one-off character. Anyway.
Literally, I started stream up and my phone immediately yelled at me right after. Like, shut up!
How dare.
Get this up, open up. Alright. So, back up the tower we go, everybody, because this is probably going to be the entire stream is this area.
It's going to be a decent chunk.
Alright.
I think we'll hammer it out just fine.
So, in the meantime, I did some grinding off screen to get some people up. So, Conrad is ready to become Gold Knight at this point.
Do you just call him Conrad?
Conrad.
No, we're in a fancy setting, but we don't need to put a flair on every name.
For other stuff, I also hit up the blacksmith. Estes and Katria now have tier 2 silver lances at this point, so...
Nice.
And then I put a little bit more power onto Leon's killer bow. Since he was kind of falling behind Atlas on that half, so wanted to kind of even them back out. I don't know, I was a little confused for May. Is there any, for what we're using her for, is there any merit to increase the power of her blade kind of deal, or does that not affect her magic stat for this at all?
I don't believe it affects her magic stat, but if anyone attacks her at close range, she's gonna hit him really hard, so... That's the trade-off you get to decide between. Do you want to focus on her having slightly better magic, or do you want her to have incredible melee when you want to use it?
I'm gonna get a lot of HP from this, my god.
Bulk.
Yo, he's gonna be gold!
I like gold!
Put gold on your horse so that they go faster.
More orange than gold. Oh, I just realized I could do this right at the very end.
Yeah. As you do.
Well,
That's video games for you.
At least if we have any more on Alm's side, we could do that.
I love how Conrad is like a big badass of the thing, and then you see Sports like, oh, baby.
Baby.
What? That's why you wear the mask.
But why are we gonna even use gold for? Isn't gold weak?
I mean, it's decent as an accessory.
Okay, so the speed though.
I don't know if a sword in the pocket affects magic cast speed.
I think give it the S. More. Okay, there we go.
Alright, let's start climbing the tower.
Alright, up we go!
Should probably bring up the map so I can help.
Let us proceed.
Oh yeah, I also have support now, so...
Yeah.
Get that done. It was kind of annoying the entire time I was grinding. They had that support ready to go. I'm just like, you can't do it, you can't do it, you can't do it.
Restraint.
Hopefully stack on in case. Oh, so hopefully. Alright.
We can talk and then she'll shoot some lightning.
Oh, hello, Conrad.
Hunties, is that you, sister?
Yes?
Well, yes, of course, but...
Huh? What's so funny?
Sorry, it's just... I know in my head it's you, but you just look so intense with that mask on. It's like I have two different brothers.
Oh, what? Come on. I'm the only brother you need.
Yes, you're right. One is more than enough.
Just ignore all the other siblings that they may have had that are gone at this point.
Yeah, no.
I mean, Conquest does.
I guess, speaking of other Fire Emblem games, do we want to get into that discussion right now?
Yeah, now that we're in a safe place for that.
We are all three house folks out here, right?
Everyone here has at least played a route of 3 houses. If someone in the chat has not, then I'm gonna warn you now.
Actually, hold on real quick before we do. I actually do have another, so let me get that one out of the way real quick.
She's so happy for murder.
Especially when she crits.
I don't know what Brandon just put in chat. Oh, it's just a meme from our Discord. It's fine.
Ooh, Mist Dancer. What's that?
Probably more damage. Some of it.
Grants resistance to magic when using this attack. Ooh.
So it's the opposite of what Claire's been using with her stuff.
Neat.
Was it Claire? I think it was Claire.
I miscalculated that. Fuck.
Fine, we'll get it next time.
Yeah. Okay. So anyway, yeah. New Warriors game. It's all 3 houses related. I'm pretty sure I mentioned, like, we talked about that at some point.
You brought it up before. I remember the idea has been brought up.
Yeah. So pretty neat for that. Though.
Go ahead.
I was basically done.
Sophie?
So.
No, Sophie was about to talk.
I appreciate them saying that it's technically a different story to emphasizing on that.
No golden root, I swear to God.
It probably is.
It's gonna be the one that they use in all the spin-offs from now on at this point.
To respond to Roxas, I at this point have long since gone over the last Warriors game's choices because they're pretty obvious that they were gonna do that. For this one, keep it 3 houses until DLC packs.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like DLC can do whatever you want, and then you can start having the Warriors problem again. Warrior/Heroes problem, but for the base game, just have it be 3 houses.
Yeah.
Yeah, like wasn't Warriors' big thing was just like, hey, we're gonna be Mars, Awakening, and Fates, and like these very few specific characters.
Yes.
Yeah.
Really limit that game in the long run, big time.
Well, Johnny, that's gonna be like a bigger issue with just Warrior games in general. Is like, where's the cut between everyone being a unique fighter and having to save yourself resources to get a game out?
Yeah.
So if we technically go by the previous Warriors logic, Claude is the most OP character.
Oh yeah, Wyverns were great.
I mean, I think out of Warriors games, probably Strikers, from my experience, have been the best in balancing that, but that's also because every character has a unique element to them, so, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That and it wasn't like too like.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say like really first, like and that it will also help Strikers. It's just the fact that it's in like a bulky 30+ minute mission, and if you mess up, you gotta start the mission all the way at the beginning.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's
Strikers is a bit of a.
That's not too much of a thing in like Strikers in general. Unless you're playing on Merciless.
No,
you know?
no, I meant like in other
Warriors
Warriors.
Other Warriors games. Yeah, but I mean, just in terms of Strikers levels design, that's not really an issue. Just kind of in general, even if that was a thing, because battles are very fast.
Strikers is a different beast entirely.
Yeah. All right. Anyway, real quick intermission on this talk for another talk.
Sisterly love.
Katria? And what do you have for me today, little Miss Merchant?
Oh, hush. I don't have anything.
Well, that's a shame. I was almost looking forward to it.
You know, I haven't just been fooling around with all these presents. I was really hoping they would make you happy. Anyway, that's it. I just wanted you to know that.
Oh, you silly girl. Bess, you don't need to worry yourself about that. Just having you around guarantees things will never be boring here. Please, don't ever change, all right?
Oh, Katria. Wait. That was a compliment, right? I mean, it made me happy. Should I feel happy?
I wonder.
Wait, no, come back! You didn't confirm it! Come back!
No, God!
Focus on one question at a time. I talk about like how much they should take from Calamity. Like, I'm sure enough. I can't talk about specifics because I didn't personally play it, but the progression probably will be very similar.
Sophie's
Age of
the
Calamity
one that has the most experience with it, so I think she can answer on that.
Age of Calamity is a lot more balanced with their units in how like there isn't really any major duds like Warriors and even the original Hyrule Warriors. So I'm hoping that would be the scale that Three Hopes would be in.
Well, I was actually asking less from a character aspect and more from like how the story would progress, like missions and stuff.
Yeah, because I'm wondering, because like with this basically Golden Root aspect, how are like the other units going to be handled? Like, is it primarily just going to be the lords, or how many from each house are we getting into like the group as playable characters? I'm kind of curious on that stuff as well.
Oh yeah, by the way, Pat, if you ever leave the dungeon, you have to redo these boss encounters every time.
Fine. Alright.
No, you remember the Dread Fighters. Respect them.
Yep. Alright.
You want it? You got it.
Which is why I will put my own Dread Fighter in ready to go.
You thought you could escape me. Well, I would say it's guaranteed. Aside from the lords, the retainers are going to be in the game.
Yeah.
I mean, we basically had
We've already seen Hilda in one part, so
Yeah.
We've seen
Hubert.
Hubert with his emo hair and
So
hair.
I think the Dude's the only one we haven't seen yet.
At your service.
Let the
He's
two
always
be a
in.
retainer and not have a weird mechanic with him where he kind of gets replaced in the second part.
Yeah.
Need more to do respect in general.
I feel Bernadette and Marianne and Lysithea are like obvious picks considering their popularity.
That might have been a bad idea, Pat.
Oh no.
And you don't get to rewind if she dies here.
Oh shit.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Hey man, I couldn't save anyone. Oh, I'm so sorry.
At least we
Highlight reel.
Yeah, pretty much.
That was a lot more ouchy than I remember. Wow. Bad end!
You're not a god, Pat. You gotta respect the enemies. I told you to respect them, even. I didn't specify the Dread Fighters, but still.
But the content, though.
Yes, because that was clearly planned.
Let's actually save this time.
Yeah.
I was gonna say it, but I didn't expect Pat to do that, so I was just like, it'll be fine. Guess it is clearly not fine.
It was not.
I see it.
Woo!
No. All I can really say with one of Brandon's earlier questions when it comes to Kirby mouthful mode is people are just leaning into Eldritch Kirby bullshit again, and it's nothing new, and it's still funny.
When has that not been the joke with Kirby? You know?
Yeah.
Is Kirby is Kirby even okay with this? It looks like it kind of hurts being
It's very
relatively
unclear.
stretched in that way.
Don't get ambushed from behind, because you might get someone killed at the start of the map. All I can say is that in mechanically, I'm all for this. Aesthetically, oh my god. Like, mouthful mode is horrible to look at.
I'm gonna smack a bitch!
I don't think this is what they tend to mean when you mean revenge kill, but we'll take it.
Alright, you guys have your talk again.
Love each other, dad it.
Sister, I feel like
Love
something
each other, damn it.
has happened
Wow.
terribly in another timeline.
Have a talk.
Speak.
Good talk.
At your service.
I think the most interesting thing for Three Hopes that I'm interested in is just how they're gonna bounce choices between which leaders you play as.
Yeah.
Because they do seem to be giving some implications of them leading their own armies, or at least their own houses, again, to be doing stuff, so I wonder how they'll mix that up.
I'm really curious on, like, the idea of,
Easy
like,
as pie.
because they're still probably going to have their, like, end games in sight, like, especially Edelgard and stuff like that, so I'm curious how they're all eventually gonna be on the same side this time.
Yeah.
This time we actually have time to talk this time and not jump to our own ulterior plans.
Well, I
Edelgard
find
just
kind of
screaming, "This is war," and everyone's like, "No, it's not."
It seemed like at least from like the brief shot at Twitter, like they had mission based on like going with a different leader. So, but
I mean, I've watched Gas like trailer breakdown. There's an interesting quote where Cloud Marks are not making the same mistakes again. So I don't know how much Sophist time shenanigans are happening here.
Sophist is like, I've been working out a lot in the downtime.
I don't even stay awake in the time skip.
I kind of don't exist.
oh yeah, true.
Despite being heavily marketed.
Let us proceed. I can handle this.
Self-care your Celica.
I still find it funny though.
Just make sure they're not all attacking the same person.
I did find it funny whatchamacallit, Sosa's art in Heroes, because just like the way she's sitting on her chair, it's just like there's just something to it. Let's see I pull up.
Yeah, we do seem to be having the rival character in the game, so that's going to be interesting how anime they're going to lean into it.
I do find it really funny that when 3 Houses first came out, people did not like the Byleth design originally, and were just like, it's just straight up bad. Now female Byleth is canon Byleth at this point.
It's just the pants. We were all distracted by the pants because it was just like, really?
They're not rendered out very well in 3 Houses at all.
This is the same spot you put her in last time.
Okay,
Stay behind me this time, Celica. Wait, what?
If she didn't die last time, I wouldn't be acting like a parent.
At least you put the Pegasi in front.
Woohoo. Bye, Jesse.
Though,
Good enough, Jesse. Sorry.
Another interesting factor is that apparently there's a built-in bonus where you can get feather owls in your quote-unquote bunker for support combos. So support combos are back in the next Warriors game.
Okay.
I would be shocked if they weren't.
Which means there's potential for an Adergard and Dimitri conversation. That sounds fun.
Oh boy.
We fixed how supports are gained, because you had to like kill X amount of enemies with the 2 units close enough together to get points. And
yeah,
I remember on the DS that was awful because you couldn't render out as many enemies, which meant it actually took longer on the DS version to get supports to level up. I gave up on that real fast when I figured that out. I was like, yeah, no, this is a grinding enough a game as is. I'll look it up online.
I feel you mostly have to keep them paired so they can actually, but then again, it's also like, okay, I need this unit over here. I can't have them paired and lose a person in battle, please.
It's the awakening problem. You want to be supported, you want to be paired up at all times, but sometimes you need someone else to do something.
Yeah.
I appreciate your house is more like wide range of support thing at least. Also the fact that if you're
Johnny, but I don't know about.
Also the fact that when you reach certain professor levels and you're out of units, unit space, you can have a unit pair up with someone else for a bonus stature.
And 2 of the 3 of them don't actually work. Good old programming oversight.
There's so many theories that the purple guy is somehow male Byleth.
Okay, that's gonna be
that's a stretch and a half on that one.
He doesn't even have the eyes.
I just hope that they just change his name for Purple Guy just so we don't start getting fucking FNAF memes.
I wouldn't be surprised if they make it DLC.
Oh, I would be all for that.
Nothing to report, Professor!
Nothing to report, Professor, except the ass whooping I'm about to do.
Hey,
Look, he deserves
it.
it.
We gotta be heroes. Anything is possible.
Mm-hmm.
Look, the important
Not
thing
really.
is...
You're making it a what the fuck sentence. Are you FNAFers?
Their hopes be like, we can reuse all these maps that people aren't going to see because they play on topside mode.
Oh, you're so right.
The reason there are so little map variety is that they had to render out all those 3D maps for nobody to see them for.
Yeah, because like there's nothing with like it's zoomed in, but it just gets too I feel a lot of people it's just like too difficult to judge your like your movement. So it's just like you just zoom out.
It's a shame because there's a lot of cool details, like a certain chapter in Golden Deer. Like I'm looking around that space, like holy crap, there's so much stuff.
Be ashamed for main gameplay style didn't involve people not using it or something.
Yeah.
I can't wait for the volcano map to come back again.
I'll give one point for Fate's multiple pathways that all the maps felt unique in its both location and strategic movements.
Yeah.
At least until you got to the first half of Revelations, whereas most of those were like, welcome back to this map. It has a slightly different gimmick, or just another gimmick but sooner.
Yo, you want to go on Poo's Wild Wind Ride?
Oh, God.
You want to have my fun ride earlier? You've got the fast pass.
Snow.
No, it's Genie now. Get it right.
Snow everywhere.
Am I going to have to Excalibur bitch?
Oh, but you didn't crit! Okay, okay.
Yeah.
Yes, Fates has the baby dimension.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's very well known. Blah, 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 shut up.
Well, Rocky. Did I just say documented? Wow. What's up with me today? I'm not
documented on rocks.
It's only 5:20 and I'm already messing up my sentences. This is gonna be great.
Alright, now we can finally go up the tower!
Yay!
Honestly, as much as I like Childhood of the Awakening, I just want my armies to be manageable again.
Mm-hmm.
Too many characters!
Yeah.
I was started back up the Golden Deer playthrough, and I had definitely that moment again of like, okay, which are the units where I was actually using? What did I want to do with each of them? What was the game plan again?
Who are you people? Yeah, I have like some of the benefit of the fact that I got past time skip with my blue lions, but still, that's gonna be more like, what the fuck happened in the story? I don't even remember.
Why is Dimitri emo?
Dimitri got angry.
Well, I know. Okay, I got far enough. I'm far enough where I know why Dimitri's angry. I just don't remember if he's ever let up yet. How long has he been angry? Has it just been a couple years, or has it now been a couple plus more because I haven't been back in a year?
Is
his voice gruff? Then he's still angry. That's how you know.
Well, I mean, I can give you the actual marker is that I haven't even gotten to do back yet because I haven't progressed that far.
Leave this to me.
Catching up on them. I'm gonna turn off Maya before I get angsty.
Yeah.
I finished the assignment, I just want to see. Okay.
Just want to
But
rest.
I think it's just more so, okay, how much of the roster we can have for all the students.
Yeah, good. That's gonna be the hard part, I think, on that.
Okay, like
I think
I'm not even trying to meme, but I feel like obviously if they can't include every student, you're gonna obviously be some cuts. Like probably Lawrence and maybe Ignatz wouldn't make the cut.
Ignatz and Lorenz, I think, would be the first two cut from Golden Deer for sure on that side.
Also,
Unfortunately,
Brandon,
yeah.
based off of the trailers, I'm pretty sure Dimitri's entire bloodstream has been replaced by Snickers at this point.
I love being your parents like who.
Now I want fan art of Claude handing Dimitri his Snickers, and then just like, and then just his eye patch is gone. His like
Better.
Selfie.
It feels weird without the eye patch, honestly. It's just like, I'm so used to having that hairstyle with this. Like, who are you? I'm you, but with therapy.
Yeah, as Johnny points out, there's 24 students, 28 if you include the Ashen Wolves. Yeah, no, they have to make cuts.
Yeah.
I feel like Marianne and Lysithea would still be in.
Marianne's way
yeah,
too popular for them not to
exist.
include her.
Spina, you're a little bit late, and we did mention that the retainers are certainly in there, minus the dude, just because it's already awkward how they're dealt with him in 3 houses, so...
So I am hoping Brawl or Marianne can now become canon at this point.
It would be cool if she was like the dancer, but
Like
she's
the
also
or the dancer, or if they make her like the what's
Holy
the
Knight.
like axe
Valkyrie?
holy class?
War Monk.
War Monk, yeah.
War Monk.
I feel that's more of a though she's more of a magic bait. The thing is, she also has a sword as her main relic,
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, maybe dancer might be probably best for her, most likely.
Considering that she's the second most popular dancer choice.
Yeah, I would feel like Dorothea would probably also be in, probably.
But I do believe we did see Judith as an enemy, so...
Yeah, true.
Possible playable unit. Warriors is always weird with that.
Playable in her.
Yeah.
Even though that's an entirely missed opportunity, but whatever. I'm not salty. I don't know.
But that's just weird because, like, hey, I'm in the game. I have stats. I am a character. Can we use you in the army? No.
Nope.
It's weird that both Black Eagles and Blue Lions have their own exclusive character.
Yeah. And then Blue Lion's so exclusive from the Blue Lion.
I would say for Blue Lion, like, yeah, Hilda, Mary, and Lysithea would be automatic. For Blue Lions, I feel bad, but Ash is probably gonna get cut.
Can we get a net, please? I really want a net.
I feel like there would be a Net or Mercedes. One of those two would be in, I feel.
Mercedes, I lean more to Mercedes since she's the more popular looking healer and stuff, but...
How many students have
oh yeah,
the royal
Johnny.
blood?
I definitely think Felix. That would be an easy one.
No, he's pretty much the I don't remember your name, Effie Swordman guy, even though I should.
Narvaez.
Yeah, he's definitely the Ross for that.
Just FP Swordsman guy. You gotta be more specific than that.
Yes.
What was Felix's dad's name?
Bird.
Why am I blanking on the name?
Rodrigue,
that's it, yeah.
Okay.
Rodrigue, thank you.
Sylvain maybe just because he has ties as Dimitri's friend. Ingrid definitely if they want a Pegasus Knight.
Yeah, I mean she's the
only one that's more or less confirmed as one, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's like her canon class.
That's probably the I think they'll make the new basically retainer instead of do. I think it's probably a good idea, most likely.
I think
No!
I think an interesting, yeah, I mean, I share your response. I think if they could wanted to get some decent variety is like everyone who has holy blood or crests rather. Everyone that has a crest for each of the different lines so that they have an excuse to have those weapons in the game.
Oh yeah, true.
Yeah, like anyone can use them, but
Just get
if
hurt.
they want to give reasons for why people are equipped with their signature weapons, then try to grab as many people with some crest blood in their body. This one cures your fatigue because they know this tower is long and sucks.
Alright.
And it's infinite because they know it's long and it sucks.
I feel for Black Eagles, Bernie's a stay.
Yeah.
I think they would keep Caspar for the fisticuffs.
Do you think Dorothea? That's the one I'm not so sure on. Kind of deal.
It's mixed. It's mixed. I would honestly say it's basic because it's like we have who is it like Dorothea, Marianne.
And then there's...
I would say Dorothea might have a chance if they really, since she's technically the main dancer.
Yeah.
They might make her a dancer. Yeah.
Nice.
Yes.
But Azura was
Literally-
DLC. It's not like a dancer, the default class that they're gonna put in.
Yeah,
I
but
feel
at least
Linhardt is the one that's gonna get cut since Hubert already fulfills the male mage.
yeah.
role.
I keep forgetting that Linhardt is a monk.
I guess Ferdinand might stay just because of him being Edelgard's quote-unquote rival and horse unit.
If we wanted that lion's holy blood, then we have Sedith. Not that he would be necessarily fighting with some people, but like, why would they not choose some of the church people?
I kind of feel like Black Eagles is just going to be the female squad for who they pick on that side besides Hubert.
But I like Caspar.
I like Caspar too, so he was my top.
Caspar might be the only one they pick. I don't think any of the other males from that house are gonna get in though, probably. Like
You say that about Black Eagles, but I believe some of the first people we mentioned off of Golden Deer were also most of the girls.
they're kind of the more popular characters with that house, so you know.
I just realized we didn't even mention Raphael, and I feel
I
bad.
was gonna say no one brought up Raphael.
Hey man, Raphael's my favorite, but I can also understand why he would get cut.
The unfortunate thing about Golden Deer is that it's also the house with the least crest users. So it's like, oh look, easy cut, die, easy cut, get out.
Would be less involved with early war efforts.
Well,
So if we do go by crest, then technically Lawrence is still in the game then.
Yeah, Lawrence has a chance.
They were too ugly to win.
I guess another thing to note is like even if they aren't playable, they would still probably at least make appearance in stories.
I mean, yeah, it's not like you stop talking about someone because it's not like
You think Fire Emblem shuts up about a person after they die? That's cute.
No, what am I thinking of?
Three Houses be like, wow, characters will actually be in the scene and talk if they're here.
Oh my
Wow.
God.
Actually, my parallel doesn't really work. I'm gonna drop it.
Was that all?
Okay, then how about church characters?
Ooh.
Ray? Let's see. There's
Sedith is a wyvern rider, so
Yeah.
there's at least a flyer to choose from.
Ooh. Let's see. Definitely not Cyril.
Look has abandoned you.
Cyril.
Something.
Yeah. Catherine has a decent chance.
Catherine, Shamir.
With me around, that is.
She is one of the more
like to
popular
see her.
I like to
snipers.
see Shamir in there, but I'm not too sure considering there already
Same.
are kind of a lot of archers in our.
Yeah.
Like,
I really want Flame, but
I
probably
want
not.
Flame in really bad.
yeah.
Yeah.
I was
You
like,
can
I
see
was
Flame
thinking, I'm
being
just
like
like,
the tiki.
yeah.
Just drops a giant fish. Just a full gag character with her. If anyone.
I wouldn't mind.
Make her
personally.
the Agatha of the game. Come on.
Yeah.
Fish.
Gerald appeared in a cutscene, so he
I
may
hope
be
Gerald
playable.
gets to do shit.
Let Gerald do shit. He didn't even get to do stuff in the DLC. Even
okay.
though there's
What was
Probably
Skill?
not Eloise. People tend to forget about him.
Yeah, I was gonna say one.
Eloise is a nice guy and all, just he has no relevancy in the story at all. So
it's a shame
Skill
'cause
is your
three-
hit, chance, and crit.
all of them. S is S is like by far the lowest on that.
It's a shame because it's because mostly all the Three Houses casts are likable in their own way. So it's like, aw.
They did a good job writing characters. Alright, so lots of dead stuff. Also a bow knight just to keep you on your toes.
Yeah, that's.
Have fun baiting them out.
Jedi came prepared.
He gave him that bow die killer bow.
Actually, let me check the Warriors roster just to have an idea of where we are.
Yeah, I mean, like,
always
probably
has a
check.
chance to show up in anything. So yeah, just like
Yeah.
I
long as yours.
mean, it also didn't help that since Fates had like technically had 2 games, they kind of already filled the roster for that.
Yeah, they really bolstered it. Come on, crit.
Yeah.
So if we count Fates as two different games, and each of them has 4 to 5-ish representatives, we count the Korans. Awakening has
Leave this to me.
6, and Shadow Dragon has 3.
Yep.
So I can think either like 5 to 6-ish each house.
And like, I think there was. I'm trying to think.
How many playable characters was in base FE Warriors?
I counted that much, and after that, each game had 3 extra DLC characters.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to think because like if we go like by 5 and 6, wasn't like the class size like not counting by us like 8 or 9?
I think it was like 8.
Yeah, because I think Flame was like the 9th one, and Violet made the 10th.
Yeah, and that's not including the original characters, but that's just yeah.
Yeah. So it could be a safe bet to say at least 4 to 6 people from each of the house.
I think probably 4 more likely from each.
Oh yeah, right, because we would at least have like at least certain confirmed people.
Like the retainers are already there, so that's technically 4. So
yeah, the retainers and the lords, of course. Yeah.
So if we bring out the 3 houses roster, then
it's already weird seeing Edelgard not with her signature weapon because technically that thing's an abomination against nature. Also, I love to headcanon it now because her signature weapon in the time skip was something that she had custom made for her. I like to imagine that she's like, all right, what kind of skill do you want to put on this? It's like, when I use it, I get an extra turn. Excuse me?
So, yeah.
How?
Are you sure that's fair? It's like, I'm not here for fair. I'm here to win a
war,
war,
motherfucker.
I check if we discounted the House of Retainers, then that means they have to cut 2 people from each house.
Okay, and I think they could do that.
Yeah.
Good content.
Yeah, one of my favorite things that I saw of, oh god, what was it? Warrior. No, I lost the train of thought. No, I remember. It was just like there was a Marianne fighting Edelgard by herself. Edelgard's just using a mirror. Miss. Comes again. Miss. Just kept trying to hit Marianne and kept missing. And Marianne just slowly killed Edelgard. Like, she wasn't even using magic. She was using a sword.
Power.
Marianne is like, you
This is the
can't
power
kill
of
me.
discretion.
Let me see if I can find the video.
Good job, Conrad. God, this is a bulky man. Spirit thing.
Whatever you are.
The demon.
So taking into that account, I think Ignatz gets axed in either Leone or Raphael.
Yeah, I can see it.
Yeah, Ignatz, and then I would say, I mean, I would want Lorenz to get cut. I think more out of the golden deer.
Unfortunately, he has a crust. Two, he has stronger ties to Claude than the others. So.
Brandon, and I guess, well, just going off of Brandon's comment, but like, how early was the last Warriors' season passes announced? Because I know with FE Warriors, the season pass came out almost like right away. But how early was it announced? Because we could hear more about that later.
Because I remember for
I hope I was useful out there.
the other ones, I think
Of course you were.
I think they were announced like a week before the game came out or something like that for the other Warriors games.
If that's the case, then yeah, let's not dismiss a season pass just because they haven't said it now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the game
table,
just
'cause
got
nowadays
announced this week, so you know.
Yeah, like, give them time. Give them time.
Okay, so for Black Eagles, I would count Bernadetta in.
Yeah, Bernadetta, I think, is a massively safe bet out of all. Oh fuck!
Careful, these are a lot of some strong units.
Oh boy.
So
Respect.
would you think Petra would have a chance?
I think she would.
She would.
Considering she's like the most combat focused out of the entire Black Eagles, I would say pretty high chance.
Yeah, but she does rank highly in popularity as well.
So then that means we have 2 slots, which would be either Linhardt, Ferdinand, Dorothea, or Caspar.
Caspar, I would say, be in.
Yeah, and Dorothea feels like a very high possibility. Not guaranteed, but high possibility.
If Raphael doesn't make it in, then Caspar would make it in. Because I feel like those two are like the definition of the brawler units. At least
yeah, they would need a brawler unit. Yeah.
I would say Ferdinand Linhardt still has somewhat of a fighting chance. Just when Ferdinand is tied with Edelgard, and like if you want a cavalier kind of character.
True.
And I would say Linhardt's only thing is that he's technically the main healer, but
that doesn't really mean much for I feel warriors, you know.
Yeah.
And plus for healer, I mean, if they want to go with that archetype, it's going to be Mercedes or Marianne for that, you know.
Yeah, and we don't need a healer on every army.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, with Blue Lions, I feel Ashe is the obvious cut.
Ashe is unfortunately gonna probably get the cut the hardest.
It's the least chance.
So I would say Felix and Ingrid are obvious keepers.
Yep.
Just for their relations to Dimitri, yeah.
Yeah, and then either have Annette or Mercedes, one of the two at least.
I want Annette personally, but
I think Annette has a decent chance.
Yeah, she has a decent chance.
That depends if they want either Sylvain or Ferdinand as the Cavalier unit.
Yeah, true.
Also, it's also unfortunate that technically Lysithea is more popular, so she would be the main mage.
Yeah, she would.
that was weird. Okay.
That was quite weird.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, Annette is in the most likely to get cut factor. Unfortunately.
Yeah. The most she has going for her is the fact that she does have a unique crest.
And Gilbert, dependable.
I highly doubt Gilbert will be in the game.
Yeah.
I like Gilbert well enough, but he has the lowest chances out of the church.
Aren't you Sylvain? You have best friend immunity.
I wasn't impressed.
But what about the Death Knight?
Oh fuck!
I can see them.
That would be hilarious. Oh, that would be the best kind of boss. Like, do not engage, boss.
Do not engage. I repeat, do not engage.
Like a Corrin's initial chapter in Warriors.
I could definitely see him being like, say, like the Dread Shadows in Strikers, of just like, he's looming there kind of deal. Just like, do not fuck with him. Do not engage at all.
Also, Corrin's chapter was like the one chapter I had to lower the difficulty. I was like, okay, no, I need to move on. Fuck.
Yeah, I heard horror stories about that chapter. And considering that was literally the last chapter I stopped at, I'm like, oh god.
Hope this crit's enough to kill, because otherwise. Okay.
He's fine. He's fine.
I was just concerned about the 4% crit, and like,
oh yeah,
it would be dangerous.
Considering our history with that.
Yeah.
And if anyone on an enemy side is gonna crit, it'll be a Dread Fighter.
Yeah.
Anyway, the moral of this roster is: can we get an F for the Ashen Wolves?
Yeah.
I want an Ashen Wolves, but...
I swear to God, if they're DLC again.
At that point, it's a joke. At that point, it's a running joke. Sky Knight, Realma and Xander did show up, and they more or less just recreated Fates in a single chapter. It was okay. But what I was referencing is the fact that Khorne got corrupted So she was going on a rampage, attacking your army that you had to run away from as you complete objectives. It was actually pretty entertaining.
No, it's not only Corrin. It was both Xander and Ryoma. They were both corrupted.
So
that made it worse.
I only remembered Corrin.
Corrin came in halfway when you're already dealing with Ryoma and Xander.
Yeah, you're right.
Imagine you're running their asses, you're in low health, and then Corrin comes in like, "What's up, motherfuckers?"
You know that meme of like MatPat running away from stuff and then screaming behind him, kind of deal. Oh no, wait, no, not MatPat. I think it was the Flash or whatever.
I think I know which one you're talking about.
I think it was a CW show or something like that.
Do you know how many times I was trying to get Elise to a location and then she gets smacked out by Xander?
Hey, it's just like this, right?
Oh, shut up.
I like Sophie's response more than the joke.
Like Sophie, I didn't like that CD.
If I want anything more interesting done with the next for Three Hopes is just give us more interesting enemy generals, because with the original FE warriors, almost all of them were dark mages because those are the villains of Fire Emblem. That's not a dragon or a god.
Yeah.
Urban, I hate this scene too, but for a story perspective, that would technically be the most heartbreaking outcome in Birthright, so technically a good narrative choice, even though Xander's writing is questionable.
Questionable, that's generous.
Generously.
Please don't kill Corey. Okay, I'm about to kill this motherfucker.
Well, I'm sorry. She has to die.
We kind of discussed that a little bit, Sky Knight, but the fact that this is an alternate timeline makes it seem like it's not really a golden ending.
Yeah, which
it's going to be so non-canon that it could barely even relate at that point. It's one of those situations we feel.
Yeah.
But if we have time travel happen again, then I'm just still going to roll my eyes, because, like, come on, you already did that with Breath of the Wild. We don't need to do that for Fire Emblem as well.
Well,
I mean,
like, it's cool we're getting this game. At the same time, though, I'm kind of ready for the next mainline entry at this point.
Yeah.
I was banking on that for the direct, and we got a Fire Emblem game in some way, but...
Yeah, like,
we have until E3.
Fire Emblem something.
I'm still gonna hang on to Tellius remake hope.
Either a Tellius, a Genealogy, or a Binding Blade remake.
Genealogy, I'm hearing the most of Genealogy, Binding Blade, or the Radiant games are what I keep hearing the most right now.
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind the Tellius games be remake just so we can have a good support system, please.
Just re-release them at the very least. Like, that's what people really don't like about those right now.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, right now,
like, let's play them.
If that wins the poll for, the next Fire Emblem game we do when it gets closer to that time, I won't lie, I'm emulating that shit, because,
Yeah, there was no shame in that
there's
point.
no shame in that whatsoever on that.
That's, that's the exit. Forward and onwards.
And forward and back.
Now, as you can see, this is a bow knight, so the encounter...
Oh boy.
Respect it.
Oh, okay. Might want to play a bit more defensive on this one.
Feel free to have Jenny throw out some specters to distract.
This is a nice corner.
There's 3 bow knights on this map. 5 if you include your army. And you also have these chunky boys.
I'm ready to roll. I can handle this.
I'll handle this myself.
But no, genealogy seems likely just because 3 houses is to genealogy what Sacred Stones was to Gaiden, which is like, this might as well be a spiritual sequel to it. So Oh, damn. So it would make sense as like, well, we have so many mechanics already built in for 3 houses that you could just take them and just start putting in new models for new characters, and you basically have 3 genealogy remake done.
Yeah.
Binding Blade also seems likely mostly just because around the time Gaiden released and people started to get reactions and enjoy it, I remember an interview where the director said, like, if I got to do another one, I would like to do Binding Blade. So that's why that one's another one high on the list. Tellius, I think it's the least likely just because it is the newest. It is the newest one out of that line, so it's less likely to happen.
Yeah.
It would be a shame because Celly is considered to be the ones with the stronger story and gameplay cast.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and again, like, just like how like you had Ike's popularity, it's just like it's there. Like it's not.
Ike is considered one of the more unique lords for a reason.
I did keep laughing, but around the time Ultimate was just coming out, and like, you know, Ike was considered fantastic in that game right now. It's just like, my favorite part of, what do you call it?
No, Richard!
Jeffrey!
My favorite part of Radiant Dawn is
Richard
just
Jefferson.
My favorite part of Path of Radiance is just where Ike walks up to the Dark Knight and just stares him across the entire map.
There goes Jerry.
No, you know what? You know what would be funny was to tell these games is just to have that one map from, I forget which game it is, but just that one map of people going near that house, and then all of a sudden the Black Knight shows up. It's just like, oh fuck.
Oh man, I'm just imagining
They
the
really wanted the
reimagined
Death Knight
cutscene.
to be the new Black Knight, and
Yeah.
it only took. And it
Oh
took.
goddamn!
Celica was very angry.
Yeah. She really wants to save Milla. And by Milla, I mean Alm.
Yeah,
He survived. And oh no, he was okay. There's 2.
Oh no, there's only 2 left.
Oh, fuck.
Okay.
Okay.
Now this battlefield's not looking great, actually.
We should
Get
probably
rid of
kill
that.
the Bow Knights.
The Bow Knights may be the biggest threat right now.
Yeah.
They too have power.
But yeah, I'm just imagining just the reimagined remastered cutscene of like Black Knight coming out of the house. Like it would be like Sephiroth showing up in the remake, where like everyone knows that they're pointing at the signs of like this dude and this scene matters. We're gonna go so fucking hard to sell it.
Yeah.
Need to remind people why they were afraid of this man.
This absolute unit.
I also just fucking love Black Knight's quotes and heroes. Like his was just so fucking menacing. I see if I could find like his quotes.
Come on,
Yes.
Jesse. Good job, Jesse.
Alright, I think just one more hit. Good. Yep.
Yeah.
For me in hell, buddy.
What?
Yeah.
What he said.
God damn it.
Wait, is
Am I losing my head? That wasn't as intimidating as I hoped it was.
yeah, Black Knight.
Oh wait, shit. Wait, Pat, look.
Oh fuck.
That Bow Knight has a bow.
Shit.
Oh no, he can actually do stuff.
Okay.
Celica.
We gotta get rid of him first and foremost. What does the most
Yeah.
damage on him?
Seraphim's probably the strongest.
Seraphim, I
but
want to see
that's
what crit
like
chance is
8B.
on.
I mean, 30%.
Yeah, if you
try
can
it.
get one, if you get one crit, you're good.
Yes!
But-
Speaking of, Celica really mad she died in that past life.
Celica with the go-in hero dash attack on that.
Okay.
Maybe
Things
try
have
one
calmed
next
down a
to
bit, no?
Celica.
No, okay. I found Black Knight's quotes. His 4 quotes are: know your place, will you survive, fool, and give your all. It was also so funny. Like at the time, he had like one of the most ridiculous skills. It was just like, oh, in 3 attacks, I'll activate a skill that just cuts your defenses by 80%. so stupid back then.
I think the fact that you have to bring Misty into that battle as an emergency healer.
Oh yeah, no, the final boss against Black Knight is not well balanced actually. It's pretty stacked against you on the harder difficulty.
Just bring a hammer.
I don't think Ike's hammer will do enough job. Also, I wouldn't be surprised if Black Knight has an immunity to hammers.
See, I think meme videos
look
of
at Black Knight stats and let's see what Black Knight was rocking. Excuse you.
I've seen meme videos, but it's just like I'm not sure if those were actually modded or not at that point.
You have one job, crit.
Well, that's a 40% chance to do it.
And you didn't do that job.
Jenny could absolutely murder, but I think keeping
probably be safe.
people alive is the best idea. And we do have a fodder enemy. As long as Michael's there survives both of their attacks, then he can basically...
well, never mind. Michael's not living for that.
So long he survives, gets crit.
Just doubles.
Oh.
If he gets hit. Okay, rewind and have Jenny kill the other one.
Oh my god.
As long as there's only one, then they'll just go after Michael's again.
Yeah.
Unless they're really smart and they decide to go for Alice anyway, but we're gonna take that chance.
Sorry, me.
No, they're gonna... Okay, well...
Wait,
hopefully we get the... Is it new RNG?
Let's see. Let's hope.
Hey!
Yeah!
Atlas coming in clutch!
Bigger brain play.
That was the goal all along.
Alice is just like, don't worry, man. I got this. I got this. I got this. I got this, guys. It's fine. It's fine.
And then meanwhile, Jenny is just like panicking, trying to heal him.
Jenny's just like,
Has abandoned you.
So let's see. Looks like Black Knight's stats are actually always consistent in Path of Radiance regardless of difficulty. So what is this absolute man of a man rocking? So maxed out HP at 60, maxed out strength at 30, a magic stat of 17 because why not? Maxed out skill at 30, 6 move, which for general is pretty good.
We got
general light
time
class.
to give Catra the bread.
Yeah.
Is there one on the next floor up there, or
fatigue thing?
Yeah.
No. You'd have to go back down multiples. Just give her some food.
Okay.
You're drowning in them.
Yeah.
There's not a save point at the end of this tower. We have plenty of rewind. As long as Celica doesn't die, we'll be fine. What was I looking at? Black Knight. Okay, he has 27 speed, so almost maxed. 11 luck. 35 defense because of the sword he's using. And 22 resistance. So yeah, this is a hell of a man.
This absolute unit.
Yeah, what's his sword do? And his sword, yeah. +5 defense and is immune to critical hits.
Oh yeah, the Nihil skill?
And he also comes with Renewal and Luna, so he can heal every turn and also can sometimes just say, hey Ike, that's a nice defense stat you had there. It'd be a shame if I got rid of it.
Damn. Ham!
Ham.
Line!
Celica, no.
I honestly want to hear Pat's reaction to fucking Reinhardt's stats though, as a general.
Well, it won't mean much until I actually play it, kind of deal, you know. Because then I'll know how, like, the stats are in that game compared to, like, you know, other ones, because it's kind of different each game, you know?
Now, I wanted to bring mention to what skill prefer, though.
I'll handle this myself.
I still find it interesting, though, that Reinhardt was just a normal summon in Heroes.
Well, hello, I am Reinhardt. Well, people didn't think much of him until he started dominating the meta. And then people were like, okay, hold on.
Yo, whoa, where did this dude come from?
Yeah, his weapon is so stupid. It seems weak, but it's actually fucking strong.
It's a magic brave weapon. Like, that says enough.
I mean, it always still reminds me of, like, the Brawl Strategy Guide. Like, I think the highest character they rate is Marth in that. Then they rated Meta Knight a 6 overall. Yeah. Like,
I mean, that comes down to the issue of looking at higher level play type stuff.
That's one of those things, like, I always say it for fighting game things, and when people say, you know, they're really trying to focus on balance and stuff like that. Like, here's the thing. Don't honestly focus on that, because people are gonna break that shit regardless, so just try and make everyone at least viable, you know, is probably more the mindset you actually should be going for.
Ooh.
I mean, fighting games should be imbalanced enough that matchups are interesting, but yeah, you can't just have someone who's like, this is my game, why are you here?
Like, because I definitely think that's been happening a lot more with more recent fighting games. They have been way more restrictive the past few years on characters, and as such, like, they just kind of get boring faster because they try and focus so much on not having the game break when it's going to break regardless, you know?
Yeah. At least have people be creative in breaking the game.
Yeah.
Not have it be free. Gotta find that middle ground.
Yeah.
You want it? You got it.
Can you crit?
Wow. Jesse, you knocked him onto the healing pad. That's a bad idea. You don't want...
Oh shit, my bad!
That would be in character for Jesse. Why are... You know, I feel Leon should have more silver than gold, honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Silver matches purple more. Man, what is up with Celica today?
I think because I upgraded her weapon, that's probably it, honestly.
That really helps, yeah. I mean, yeah, she's at like a base 30 crit. Alright. We have one more mandatory fight.
Yeah!
Halfway there. Halfway there.
Halfway there.
Oh boy.
I mean, well, it's just
Did he go to work? Annihilate them! No!
I do like that the magic, because of that angle, it kind of goes into the sky.
that light came up there and then just made an entire explosion at the top of the roof over there.
Getta's just up there waiting, just has like his fingers doing like that evil thing, and then just suddenly the magic comes right by his head, and he's like,
no, you see, it's going up there, and then when we fight Tuba, it's gonna come in and backstab him. I see Jenny's going for the end game here, is what she's going for.
I hope she has some good geometry, because Duma's underground.
It's a hell of a curve shot.
Not geometry, no, it is geometry. It is geometry.
I'll handle this myself.
Jetta was on his like fourth turn break. He's like, okay, it's been the fourth turn, but there's no one near me, so no one will hurt me. And then the Seraphim just hits him in the face. He's like, whoa, wait.
Hold on. What was the general in all black on Alm's side? Brett or whatever?
General?
The general in like the black armor.
Berkut?
It just goes and hits Percoon's wine glass.
What?
It goes around the continent, flies past Arcanea. Some people are like, that's a really interesting light show flying by. Comes back around and it just hits Percoon.
I can't win!
It's a freaking Superman punch, but it's a Seraphim.
Woo!
Money.
Money.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, people with holy weapons and magic are probably your best bet to kill.
Already?
To be fair, they probably made it much faster since Endgame.
Yeah.
Quite possibly have a higher chance. Plus, these are just a lot of encounters. We're like, what is this?
Celica.
That one did not have the boomerang effect we were hoping for on that.
Aunties, everything all right?
Conrad, what happened to your mask?
I threw it away.
I decided to stop wearing it when you're around. I mean, how could I keep it on after what you said last time?
Oh, I was only teasing, Conrad. Please don't take it to heart.
Even if you didn't mean it seriously, it's serious to me.
Oh, come on, brother. Don't be like that.
You
Actual-
can throw your mask away. No more pretending.
I mean, we really like that conversation, though.
Just like, Conrad, don't be like that. Proceeds to murder.
Needs to be exactly like that.
It's a creation by an alchemist. It's not human.
Whoa, what? Hold on.
Johnny!
What was that,
Johnny!
What did she say?
Oh, such elegance!
Okay, Danny, alright, calm it down.
I see what she means when she said she liked older men.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, well, did she say she liked older men?
Yeah, she does.
Go for
I think, yeah, because Katria can absolutely kill someone with her terror bonus.
Or we have Atlas.
Well, we have to kill the other one too.
Yeah, there's two of them.
Yeah.
Well, that means
Atlas
we
covering up the
eventually
other
kill
end.
This one.
Yes,
So we don't have
he did great work.
Mine.
Oh, she's
Mine!
I love the Pegasus Knights looking for, like they're going for the hardest overhead of all time whenever they
And
credit.
then it's just a stab.
It's a mix-up. They want you to block high and then you get hit low.
I do say once you reach the top of this tower, you do get locked in.
Yeah, so we're committed.
Well, I guess that one lady is never gonna get her son's leather now, is she?
Yeah.
Why?
On Alm's side of the continent, but yes.
No, it was on Celica's side.
It's on Celica's.
Oh right, yeah, I'm mixing
have to
that
go
up
to
with
the
the other
sea
woman
shrine
who will
and then
never
go
see their
back.
child again.
Yep.
But she won't even know what happened.
I'm
At all.
unstoppable. Let us proceed.
You know, just the death writings of a poor boy trying to bring back the dead. You know, Brandon, that kind of stuff. It never ends well. It never ends well.
Every single time.
Ooh.
What
Welcome.
is that? Ultimate magic that purges foes in flames. How much are we talking? Might
20 base might.
Holy fuck! So that's a
But
like.
look at the,
That
but
is
look at
base
the way.
40 on Celica right now.
Oh my god, that's basically like Belgrum or whatever it's called in Three Houses. What the-
Yeah, but look at how
yes.
look at how heavy it is.
Oh yeah, let me see
The blowback from throwing
Oh,
this.
14! Holy fuck!
Celica has a functional 5 weight when she casts this spell.
Jesus Christ!
Yo, Atlas, kill the goddamn Cantor, please.
When you need someone to die, and you're gonna go full Donald Duck Zetaflare, you're gonna feel it on your own end as well. I'm just imagining the animation of Donald doing the Zetaflare, and he's like, but I got a follow-up, so he does another one.
Also, I don't know Final Fantasy, but how powerful is Zetaflare?
I believe it's so powerful that no other mage has ever been able to do it.
Yeah.
You need God to summon to make cast it.
Like, Donald doesn't. If it wasn't for the fact that Donald basically died after he cast it, like he is the strongest FF mage at this point.
That's a problem when it's on that power scale talk. It's like, oh, he's the most powerful one because he can do it. It's like, well, he died right after using it, so you know, like.
Yo, I can't wait for.
I'm not worried about save states right now, Brandon.
Yo,
Brandon, we don't need to save state when we got this. We really don't.
Also, the safe state doesn't work like this in Echoes. It's not awakening safe state.
Yeah. I know we're playing this on an emulator and whatnot, but you know, like.
If things happen, things happen.
As long as older Fire Emblem, we're good. We're good.
And how many revive springs do we have?
Not all of them.
No, we used one on Alm's side. No wait, we did use the one on, on Alm's side, yeah.
Yeah. Wait, did someone die? Wait,
we got ambushed one time.
We got ambushed and Luthier got killed first turn.
Yeah. Yeah, it was probably that one that I was gone for.
I think you were late for that one, yeah.
Yeah, late or gone, but yeah.
Yeah, Sky Knight, we have not used the one on Celica's side yet.
Yeah, we just rewinded first.
Even surprising, we know even we're the more squishier army.
Yo!
Thank you.
You've stolen the spotlight again.
Steal it again, please.
And that's barely anything going on.
Yeah,
maybe we can
the
get
bonus damage makes it manageable, but you still want to be throwing magic at these guys. She has Seraphim. She can rock their shit.
Yep, there we go. Boom. Nice!
84, jeez.
Maybe I should leave the rest to you.
Hey man, if we had a dancer, we would absolutely have some of these people throw another attack.
That's Ginny's final skill, right?
Faye.
Faye.
Oh, Faye,
Only
okay.
Faye knows. And it's a very post-game skill.
Alright.
Oh yeah.
What
Unless
skill?
you grind it out a lot, you're not gonna get renew.
Renew?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it also makes sense that Faye would get it because dancers didn't really exist until, was it FE4? I forget if there's a dancer in FE3. I don't think there is. So yeah, I think FE4 was what introduced dancers.
You crit and then you missed the second shot.
Yeah.
Korean backdashing the terrors.
Stand on the corpse.
Is that the last one, or do we?
We still have a mandatory battle.
Yeah.
This was all just a random encounter.
Can we get Celica and Conrad Brad A support before then? We'll find out.
There's a chance.
In a few minutes.
Tried shieldfish.
What do we got? Ooh, attack!
Damage.
Okay, this one's important.
Yeah, this is actually an important choice.
Lean and her daughter were in FE4 Sky Knight.
I think May is probably overall.
I'm sure her daughter probably made an appearance in FE5 as well, but
I think May is probably overall our like physically weakest unit that actually isn't getting into combat. So I think May. May.
Die.
Alright.
Monster.
Cheese? Holy cheese!
Jeez. The holy
Yum.
cheese.
The cheese of Milla!
Well, to be fair, Sky Knight, those are kind of the same game.
Is there anything else on this floor, or...?
This is it. Actually, there's a defense in this, but...
This is the mandatory one,
Okay.
right?
Yeah.
This is the last mandatory fight, and this is a loaded map.
Oh,
Take inventory.
Jesus. Oh god, this asshole.
Check the eye or the archer just to see if it's a bow or.
Oh yeah.
There's a sniper. There's a sniper up there. Yeah, see if he has a bow in his hand. He does, so he is the threat.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mark him.
Thankfully, it's just a sniper, not a bow knight.
Yeah. That'd have been cool if it was.
Yeah. Be sure to pace yourself.
If I go here though. Damn it!
Nope, you can't. Don't worry about the eyeball right now. Remember, they come at you fast but slow.
Well, I'm just worried
They
about
only
them
have 4 moves.
multiplying.
I'm unstoppable.
Then you'll deal with them when you get to it. But there's a dread fighter over there. So that's another threat.
I'm at the top of my game.
Yeah, the biggest thing with this map is that just a lot of enemies are pretty bulky. So you want to make sure you
At your service.
take them at the right pace. And if all else fails, then you can always call in some invokes with Jenny and we can get some fodder going. Do you think Duma gives you the mask when you sell your soul to become a witch? Like,
Ooh, pretty.
Like that's the equivalent exchange, is that the soul disappears and then just floats down the mask. It's
Get
like,
a
alright, you
hat.
get there just now.
Okay, actually, you know what? Let's get some info going.
That's enough.
I'll handle this myself.
Leon, I would love it if you could do that.
Good job, Gary.
This looks bad. I think Atlas is gonna get another death on the pole. Gregory, holding on. Oh yeah, I think he's dead.
Damn.
Ah!
Yeah.
Yeah. He is an archer, like he is still squishy, and we tend to forget that.
It doesn't help that like archers can actually counter at close range as well.
Yeah, so we overestimate their capabilities. And then yes, we want to skip through these guys.
Not Jeffrey.
Mash that start button.
Okay.
Alright. Maybe we should position Atlas on the lower platform so that we can use like Est or someone to block the way.
Yeah.
I'll mow him down.
Or maybe even just attack, save some HP. Well, no, because it's the fact that he doubled is why he killed the other one.
You just position him up here for right now.
I think, yeah, bait some more people in.
You want it? You got it.
I'll just go in for that.
Yeah.
Let us proceed.
Actually, that's definitely a better idea, because if a witches attack him, then reduce damage.
I'll handle this myself.
I'm gonna go check on something, so I'll be right back.
Invoke!
I will show you.
Come on, Pam!
Let's go!
Come on, you!
My apologies. I must complete my mission.
Well, Sky Knight, if they go after us, the only one we really got to worry about is the Red Fighter. The witch is not going to do much to add. Nice!
Whee! I can fly! Try attacking a moving object.
Oh, yeah, only 5 damage! We're fine!
Thank you, kill.
And she killed it. Aww.
Yeah.
Surely you didn't think that enough.
Ew. Ew.
Okay.
No.
Wilson. Oh, Wilson survived.
Okay. You need to kill Seraphim his ass.
Wait.
No, what? He can't hit me.
Javelin. Once I saw that, I'm like, no, there's a javelin. I saw.
Why do I? This is why you check your weapons.
As soon as I saw
Alright.
Okay, we still got 7 at least.
Okay, we need to get rid of that.
Handle this myself.
Get rid of you first and foremost. Damn it!
Alright.
Let us proceed.
Okay, I've been silenced. So.
I'm
Hold on.
unstoppable. I'm at the top of my game.
Seraphim.
I'll mow them down.
Okay, good.
Nice staying.
Nice.
I'm happy you're on my side.
Ha ha ha.
Probably could focus the other two. No. Probably the best idea to deal with that guy would be to have Ragnarok.
Except one problem.
Yeah, that's the unfortunate.
Maybe I won't die this time? Oh no! I requires if I crit on time.
That and 64% is just kind of risky.
Hold on. How much damage do
27. She will take 20 damage. So Seraphim will be lethal to her.
What if we can get...
You want it? You got it.
Wait. Hold on. Yes!
Oh, nice.
That now clears the board. And we have a lot more, like, wiggle room now.
Yeah.
Celica, do the one thing you can.
Yeah.
Okay, because this person absolutely needs to die.
Yeah, for the sake
Ciao.
of your Pegasus.
Well, that was boring.
Hopefully stay boring.
And that area is officially walled off.
Phew. It's over.
At your service.
You can't beat me.
I'm back. What did I miss?
You missed something.
Javelin.
Check the clip right there.
Okay.
She has to crit. Unless...
We're done here. It's over?
That's a good look at the camera, Pat.
chose the wrong foe.
I like to imagine the horse just kicked him.
It wasn't even commanded, it's just like, get out of here.
I won!
Jenny,
You could try to evoke it away, or
evoke for one enemy.
hey, if you want to make sure it's dead.
It's just
Just a wyvern.
It's just a wyvern. They tried.
It's not even a wyvern, it's a gargoyle. So the autocorrect because Fire Emblem.
Go, Max, go!
Max is gonna die.
You'll pay for that, you son of a bitch!
Oh no!
You know, just for that, just have Jenny kill the gargoyle.
Yeah. Now these guys are becoming a bit of a problem.
For Max!
Well, Daniels is alive.
This is for Max, you son of a bitch!
You really liked him.
He was
For
my
Max.
true love!
I could learn a thing or three.
They were the star of the story I had just written. She'll be fine.
Yeah.
Can't double. It'll double her, but it can only do 10 damage, and it can't crit. And the cantor's like, by the way, I know, I know Meteor. I hacked it into the game.
And now he can't do anything.
Meteor, that's another spell that was introduced in Genealogy, and wasn't too terrifying if I remember. It was more annoying.
I'm sorry, with that comment, I just imagine Jenny just summoning genies just summoning like soldiers just to reenact her love stories.
I need a visual representation.
She summons them to RP with them.
You know how some animators have to act out the scenes that they're gonna animate? She's just pointing out like, all right, I need to write out this scene.
Good.
Nicely done.
Conrad and Nay are bonded over there.
Yeah. Suddenly a support conversation unlocked. Wasn't in the game.
Cease.
I get a message from. No.
Yeah.
Boom. Atlas. Coming on.
Death to all flying eyeballs.
The archers do not like eyeballs.
Do this all day.
Alright.
Ready and waiting.
And S should be able to finish this if it doesn't multiply.
I'm not half bad, huh?
He says get lost.
He asked, did both of characters say get lost?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
It's okay, whatever.
The Tiger Girls.
Actually, you know what? Feed them. Just throw some food in their mouths. That's a reward.
Take the bread.
Okay, it was both Pegasus, yeah.
Yeah, everyone that
Yeah.
has the big frowny face.
But yes, final warning. Once you get up, you cannot leave.
Oh man.
Too much plot happens.
You gave her flour! What do you expect?
I won't complain.
Just
Alright.
So wait, Katya would accept the flour more than S? Is this
yeah,
the...
Kachi is a hardened warrior.
Well,
Here we go.
there you go. It's just it's just about to do it to
Standing
him.
there,
I was
menacingly.
about to say it. Can I please get a Photoshop on Twitter of this and the I gotta do it to him scene kind of deal.
Christ.
What's the
I mean,
wife?
that fits Jeddah pretty well, honestly.
I'm sorry, Princess Celica, but I had to do it to him. What'd you do to him? Oh, you know.
Hang on, I'm just gonna put the PNG right in here.
Oh boy.
Thank you.
Impressive.
Impressive!
I did not expect all of you to make it here.
Oh, about like
Enough talk.
10 of
I will
us
see
right
Miller
now. The
now.
rest are hanging out
Where is she?
outside.
No, they're just in the backpacks. It's like Demon Slayer. Anyone that's not fighting is just being backpacked by the people that are fighting.
I'm afraid Milla isn't here. She's underground on Lord Duma's altar.
I'm just imagining with Paula, just her entire Pegasus is just hiding in the box waiting to be unleashed.
I don't understand.
I can grant you sight if you so desire. Gaze now upon your precious Earth Mother.
Oh no. What have you done?
I think that needs more than a buffer to get out.
There, piercing her brow. Is that Volchen?
Ah?
You have
I can't believe Marth killed Milla.
the divine blade.
Well, I mean, final bosses are usually dragons, so.
But that was
Marth went to another continent and just saw the first dragon, and it was just like, dead.
Milla sealed away
Just instinct killing.
PTSD.
be her motive in this. For
She
I
literally said,
understand it.
I do not want you to use
But
this
no
sword.
force in this world now
Taking you
remains
down with
which
me.
can harm Lord Duma. She's
Jeddah
left
is
her
talking about some
children to
important
their
stuff.
fates.
No. This isn't possible. Milla, I don't understand. Why would you do this? Have you truly forsaken us?
You might be my children,
Lamentations
but they're my brother.
wasted, child.
It's not even really a joke, that's literally it.
You know what must be done.
Blood's thicker than
You must offer
everything
up
else.
your soul to Lord Duma.
Did he just say what I think he said?
Offer her soul? Oh gods! Celica, no! He wants to turn you into a witch! That is a really bad idea!
When you got Ragnarok
So I
now.
was thinking about, I was like, well, being able to teleport across the map would actually be really useful in a strategic
You
sense.
have Ragnarok! You have all the power you need!
Dragons is the soul of a brand bearer.
So, that's what you couldn't tell us. Aunties, you made me a promise, remember? You promised not to throw your life away again.
I'm sorry.
But my entire character is about self-sacrifice.
Sorry, everyone. Please forgive me. I can't tell you how much it means to me that we've come so far together.
Aunties! You lot are no longer necessary. Be gone to wherever you will.
Huh?
No!
Calm yourself, Your Highness. I've merely sent them below. As for your preparations, I fear they will take some time yet. You can while away the hours here, watching the boys suffer.
No!
Rudolph about to stab him!
Well,
Your
that's what she's
Celica is
thinking.
in another castle. Bye.
So, in the original Gaiden, just for some like detail, because that more or less happens the same way, minus Celica giving herself up as a self-sacrifice. But in the original Gaiden, the moment Alm stepped on the panel with the spawning dragons, he's not allowed to leave.
Oh, wow.
You're locked in. And it's not until after 3 turns of fighting dragons, after Celica had climbed the tower, that you were finally able to progress and get that cutscene.
There is
It was
no-
literally being held against your hostage, and Jeddah was like, "Hey, you stuck there until we come to some sort of an impasse or get through this impasse." And then Celica's like, "Fine, let's see what we can do." and then he teleports you in front of the final boss and tells you all to get fucked, and then leaves. And then Alm's like, hey, the dragon stopped it. I guess we'll keep going, I guess.
I guess they didn't want the player to be annoyed of being stuck there.
Yeah, I'm sure they were afraid that
there is not a shrine up here, right?
The shrine is
there's a
your
shrine
mountain.
past that general.
This one?
He is
going
sitting on
right
a
next to
shrine right there.
No, he's standing next to a shrine. One space right after the general.
Oh, okay, I see. Cause
Yeah.
I'm looking at Alm right now, cause we got a lot of people that can promote.
Yeah,
So we can.
You can backtrack to. You can go back to Nui Baba's side of the mountain.
The dragon's not going anywhere.
Okay, thank God.
Meanwhile, while Alm is waiting for the mountain to pass, he is doing this.
Alright.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, Celica's pretty much done until
Till
we
endgame.
progress. Yeah.
We'll be able to really discuss the writing around Celica once we get to later on.
There are some opinions regarding that. Get out! Get out!
Mad Jukes! Mad Jukes! Mad Jukes!
That's attack.
Oh,
Mad Jukes!
nice.
Alright. Alm! Become a hero!
Alright.
We need a hero.
We do, actually.
So Alm is finally promoted at long last.
So, this hero doesn't get an axe as his second weapon, but he gets something a bit better. Just a bit.
Got a cape!
Also, he has a shield now. You got a shield. That's the most important thing.
Now I'll show them what I can
He
really do.
does.
Oh!
Hey Pat, want to know what I did in my most recent playthrough?
Oh no!
Hey, Alm, get rid of that royal sword and pick up this killer bow.
Oh fuck!
But
I had a
double
fun
lion. But double lion.
Okay, I need
I
to
could
see
double
how many
lion
archers
approach.
do we
I
have
could
up
hunter's
this?
volley from far away.
Oh god!
Why look them in the eye when I can shoot them from 5 paces away?
Oh, you wear that pretty well.
Yeah.
And
It's a
that
lot more blue, but yeah,
gold!
done well.
I will not waste this new power.
And look, she has more of a defense stat now.
Python, become a god.
Become our second god to Cliff.
Now Python can be extra lazy. He doesn't even have to walk places. The horse does all the work.
Look at his sass! He's sassing on the horse.
But I mean, it takes effort to care for the horse.
You know, Delthea.
He's not completely tired to go through my life.
Delthea is like, so all my stats go up, right? No, just HP. And she's like, you know what? This is fine.
That's fine.
More
That's
more fuel to
ammo.
burn for all my magic.
So if you don't believe in Mila, can you never promote?
Ooh.
I don't think you have to believe in Mila.
Huh.
Mila's just...
Ooh, how do I
This isn't like, say, Dark Souls, where you have to have some faith in the gods to gain their power. It's just like, no.
You are not supposed to see this face from this angle.
Not this close, no. Can you zoom in?
That can be a fun redraw challenge right there.
Alright, that's everybody right
All
now.
right.
Okay.
Be sure to save so we don't have to redo this progress.
Let's also see our inventory right now. Okay. We need to upgrade that to become a killer bow.
You can, yeah, upgrade to Killer Bow 2.
We're about to reach one of the more funner maps in these game. I remember.
Oh
one
yeah,
of them
Sky Knight
coming
has a
up.
great idea. Give the Lady Blade to Delthea. If we could, we should. I think that would be entertaining. Mage Ring is so good because 4 range is just amazing. But yeah, no, just the idea.
That would be really fun. Oh shit.
Yeah.
I'm like,
So Celica gets into Duma's tower and is like, "Hold on, I gotta go give something to a peddler."
That was just like giving
we
her the
gotta
what
save
the fuck?
Celica. Now, hold on.
Look, Stefan, that's what post game is for. Now, how are we gonna Mad Dukes them now?
I mean, you could show off Alm's new power.
Mad jukes! Yo, my neutral game is sick!
It's not even a neutral game, that's just your dash game.
So the
Oh,
neutral!
And held forward.
How the hell are there even more soldiers?
Those are, not soldiers.
Look at his
But
cool
the
sprite
team
with
of
his
faithful.
gate.
Everywhere. Some
Oh
of them
god,
never left.
Faye. Oh god.
That's fine.
What do you... Okay, I don't know if we talked to Faye last
No,
time.
we've seen hers. We've seen hers. We've seen hers.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's cold.
Smithy!
Journey's almost over. All I like you.
Okay.
Welcome.
Oh god, we barely have anything. Oh shit.
Well, you can see what you have to trade in, but yeah, Alm did not do a lot of the grinding.
It's like we were stuck from a dragon.
Yeah, I don't think we have a lot more to sell. Yeah. Yeah, no. Unless you want to give up a gold piece to get 100 gold, silver, which is not really worth it.
Yeah.
Alright, later.
No double killer bow. Alright,
For
let's go fight a
now.
dragon.
I don't believe it. That last quake cleared out some of the rocks. The road's passable again.
Goodness, what a stroke of serendipity. Come now, Alm. Let's hurry across before the next tremor hits.
Right.
Is something the matter?
I feel like something really bad happened to Celica or something right now.
No, I mean, it's just... It feels strange is all. A little too convenient. It's almost like I can feel someone's intent behind it.
Okay, we don't have to explain your protagonist powers.
Alm, you worry too much. Now chop chop. One mustn't dawdle. I'll await you on the far side.
I don't like this at all. I hope you're all right, Celica.
Oh shit, dragons!
I'm dragon!
If you never trigger the landslide that blocks the path, you actually never have to see that conversation with Claire.
Interesting.
So like if you say played Gaiden and you're like, well, I know I can't get through here, so I guess I'll just wait until I'm done with Celica. You can just never see that dialogue.
Let's also start thinking our endgame team over here with Alm at this point.
Also, that is a preview of Alm's new portrait.
Yeah. Okay.
You know
So
Oh, yeah.
how many units do I get again? For
10.
10. Okay. So 1, 2,
Dungeon
3,
crawling is 10.
4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, 3 more after that.
You want your cleric.
healers?
Yeah, I was gonna say.
I'm trying to
stealth
figure out
cleric.
which cleric for that.
If we can get Silk Stronk, then I would recommend her, but Tatiana is another good one.
Yeah. Good.
There's also things
Like,
if you
they're all
really
good,
want,
like-
want an extra cavalier.
Like, Alm's side is really good with
Yeah,
clerics.
'cause
They all
I
have
already
good
know I'm
use.
not gonna be using Luthier, so like for sure no, and definitely not Clive. Probably not Forsyth.
Forsyth, alas.
Just especially when we
Left
got
for
Lucas, like you know.
That's fair.
Well, in this playthrough, oh god, I just happened to click on Pat's Discord server and saw the screenshot of Delthia's face.
Make that an emote.
If we are gonna bring Tatiana endgame, we could at least bring Zeke for support points.
Yeah.
Zeke's
If
a
we
solid
really
unit.
want to.
But I was just thinking, my most recent playthrough, actually, my Forsyth was running circles around Lucas, so it's weird hearing Lucas be the ideal one. Even though my very first
Actually, where can I
playthrough, my
see
Lucas was
where
better
can
than
I see
Forsyth.
supports at?
Supports? I don't know if you can see them here.
Okay, now I can see a map there.
In the turn wheel, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Actually, we still haven't gotten clearing Gray's final yet. We should do that.
I know exactly what you're talking about, Sky Knight, and that is also a good reason to use Tatiana.
Allow me.
But I also want to push for Silk because she has that thing but better.
Is the battle over?
It literally
It just started!
Just get me as far away from the front lines as possible.
Python.
Yes!
Yes? Surprise. I just wanted to see how you were faring.
Oh, well, I suppose I've had better days. Sir?
Honesty always was your finest trait.
Oh wait.
Still, now that Alm
Yeah,
has assumed leadership,
I just remembered.
we've many new recruits. They're inexperienced and even frightened in many cases. Such men look to you, and it would behoove you to set a better example.
Begging your pardon, but I ain't so sure that's a good idea. Folks already got you and Forsyth and Lucas for role models if they want them. If old Python starts acting all hoity-toity, they'll have no one approachable left. Someone around here has to stay on their level.
I understand, but this is an army. We must also teach them discipline.
You won't get discipline if you don't create a welcoming atmosphere.
And you don't think we have that now?
Well, I didn't say that, sir. But truth is, it's not always easy for everyone to find his or her place here.
I see.
An interesting discussion that this army never has to deal with because all we do is see the happy times.
Yes, allow me.
Allow me. Ha! Stand aside! Stand back!
Watch me go!
Well, I think this is their final one.
Yeah, I think it is.
Oh, is it?
Delphia, guess what?
Oh, yes, it is.
Oh no.
I've finally made a friend, and it's Alm. I asked him if we were friends, and he definitely nodded.
I don't know many people who would answer that with a no, but, good for you, I guess?
Isn't it? Now, perhaps you'll finally let me set you on the right path.
Not likely. Actually, here's my advice to you. Try starting a new conversation where the goal isn't to make the other person think just like you do. You'll make way more friends that way. Trust me on this one. I mean, I'd actually like to get to know you, but you make it so damn hard.
I see. But in that case, what else is there to talk about?
What else? Are you serious right now? Look, am I your adorable and magically omnipotent little sister or not?
Well, yes.
You're not omnipotent.
Oh, Lou, thank you. See, that's called a compliment. Now do more of that. Lay it on thick. Tell me I'm freaking amazing.
Is this truly how normal people converse?
You know, it's a damn shame Luthier doesn't have more supports.
That's his only other support, right?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
only just him and his sister.
So we don't need to use him for the rest of the game now.
He has Excalibur, man. He's done more than enough work.
We got the content we need from him.
If Delphia really needs a support partner, she has Claire.
Yeah.
Also, oh yeah, that's a great support line.
Yeah, that one's fun.
Also, I'm definitely more on Lou's side than Delphia's because in my recent playthrough, I used Lou a lot more than Delphia. She got benched hard. I didn't care.
Damn.
It's like, I have enough magic users.
You have Hunter's Valley, good sir.
Die. Also, that blessed bow is going to be a real important weapon later.
Da, 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 da.
I have volcano, no big deal. Wait, what would be her animation if she defeated it? Because then she would have to land, wouldn't she?
Wait.
Just lands in the lava and just like the horse is just like ow, 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 ow. And she's like, I gotta do my pose. Just hold still. Big speed.
I'm getting.
Oh, is it level 4? Okay, thanks, Skynet.
Get level 4 good too.
For Tatiana specifically, she has a good spell.
Tatiana, okay.
Still, I forget what we need to get her to. I think she needs to get to like 6 or something. But realistically, now that Delthea has Seraphim, she is much more useful than her brother. This is good for dealing with infantry. It's a hell of a 2H. Was it 8? Thanks, Crazy.
It still doesn't do enough.
She's not a fast woman. She has many skills and talents, but speed is not one of them.
Okay. Fire.
Delthea, on the other hand. Grow strong and healthy.
Yeah.
One step closer.
I want to see. Does she land on the lava?
Let's see what happens here.
Oh god! Oh god! Oh god!
Oh gosh, she's gonna do it again.
If she kills.
Not this time.
69, nice.
20 number.
Oh, we need to get that off of freaking Clive's hands. We still have him with the stupid 2-range weapon.
I need to see how many more supports Clive has at this point.
Clive has supports with all the Deliverance members.
And Matilda.
Yeah, he has his A support with Matilda, he has Lucas's, and he has Python and Forsyth's. And because we waited so long to do the final DLC chapter, he hasn't had much time to do them.
Yeah. It's like we were trying to pace those.
Oh, Alm can start fighting, show off his new skills.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Boo.
Well, he has Bill.
He could, well, it's not going to be effective damage because he doesn't have a bow in his hand, so might as well just double lion.
So I'm doing what I'm always doing.
Did you guys see that?
I saw it. It's fine.
Oh, that Kate fam. Can we please get out of the lava?
You're trying.
I know I'm quite hot, but this is taking it a bit too far.
So I'm guessing Stefan, if just say theoretically if Pat wanted it, he could grind this location to try to get the Draco shield.
No. Well,
I'm not using the damn shield.
I don't think they spawn here.
I'm just curious. Oh, they don't spawn anymore?
I don't think they spawn anymore now that he's completed it.
Okay, so okay, now gotta go. Okay, so Lithia, Python. Okay, one more. Oh god, climbing.
We didn't even start Pythons. Wow.
Yeah, and Python's just started, and Clive hasn't even. You mean Forsyth? Forsyth isn't on the list, but he also has supports with Clive.
Alright,
we're not gonna get them all, Pat.
No, I'm just
I don't
seeing
think it's gonna happen.
Which ones are so close to getting done, kind of deal. So Lucas Clive.
Okay.
Great, because I don't Tobin's gonna be in the final party or not.
Aww.
Maybe he will be. I don't know. But yeah, it's really just Clive's. Just wrapping up a few of Clive's supports, and that's about it. So that's Matilda, and I think Lucas.
And Forsyth. Well, no, that's a new one. But yeah, the ones he's closest to, yeah, that's Lucas and Matilda.
Yeah.
Also, let's give him a real weapon.
Yeah.
We had a cute idea, and then it backfired immediately.
Steelance.
Better than nothing. Okay. Oh god,
What?
this fucking...
Oh
no.
boy.
You
Oh,
just
that-
remembered! You just remembered!
That's what I want to hear.
I wasn't
before
thinking about
going-
it. Oh god.
You want to see something beautiful? Look at this.
Oh no.
Oh yeah. This... We dunk on a lot of Celica's maps for being terrible.
Look at us.
Yeah. Look good. Take a nice look around the whole map.
Look at the
Pat, you
folks
see-
chilling over here. Look at all our healers over there.
We
Hey,
could rearrange
The most
that.
important detail. Hey Pat. Just follow the river. Just follow the river. Yeah, you see this? This nice, beautiful water, the life giver,
Yeah.
the problem solver for nature.
Yeah.
You want to guess how many units in your army can actually cross this river?
Just Claire.
Half of your army can cross this river
Oh boy. Okay.
if they're the right class.
Oh boy. Then we are going to. Okay, so Faye's gonna be on this side for rescuing. Then we're gonna get you down here for warping.
I'm gonna just double check who is physically capable to make it across the river, because I'll tell you, none of your cavalry can do it. So you might want to invest in some cavalry up top.
Yeah, I'll put I'll do Lucas. Yeah, I'll do all my cavalries at the top.
Also, look up near the top corner.
Hold on. Let me just get a little bit of.
Also, maybe have a healer up top too. Like,
Yeah.
have some
I'm
support.
having Faye up there. Oh no. I'm gonna have Tatiana up there.
yeah, she's gonna be have her with Zeke.
Yeah. Okay. Look up where?
The other corner where bosses are. Hey, look, witch.
Which?
Hey, look at witch with conjure.
Oh god. And bow knights. God damn.
This isn't the last line of defense, but it's a pretty good one.
Okay.
Oh yeah, but Sky Knight, that is slow and monotonous as fuck. Just because we can rescue and warp doesn't mean the fact that it's not terrible.
Okay, that's probably the best we're gonna get.
I believe in all of you, I think.
Here we go.
Can we also get support combos by the end of this? Who knows?
Oh, well,
Oh!
we got one right here.
Asking you shall receive.
The mother walks with me.
Oh, I guess we don't have to worry about Tobin after all.
Hey, Tobe, got a minute? What's wrong? Well, I was wondering something. So, if Claire fell for someone else, like Alm or, oh, I don't know, me, what would you do?
What could I do? I'd be hurt, but she's a lady of noble birth, and I'm just, you know, Tobin. Guys like me are lucky if women like that even show up in our dreams.
That's a good attitude.
Hey, the writing is on the wall. She's out of my league, but I don't have to throw away the good things I do have over her. You know, like my best friend.
I wouldn't want to lose my best pal either.
Good. What do you say we make it through today and figure things out from there?
It's a date. Or a plan. Whatever. Let's do what you just said.
Bros.
BFFs. So the only people that can cross rivers in this game are classes known as Infantry A, which don't include mages, or at least male mages, I believe. Myrmidons, Dread Fighters, Gold Knights. No other cavalry can make it over, so you're actually lucky you leveled up some of them as much as you did. Fighters and Flyers, which means Bow Knights are not allowed. Most cavalry are not allowed. Snipers not allowed, because I think they're Infantry B. And yeah, so like half of your army can't cross a fucking river.
Okay, I'm just seeing. Doesn't look like any of them are actually carrying a bow on them.
No, they're just your standard fare terrifying bow knights as they are.
So Claire is free to go around.
I can do whatever I please.
Philadelphia.
I'll have her stay right here for right now. And
oh yeah. And also, casual reminder: Faye didn't exist in Gaiden, so you didn't have access to rescue. So you better make sure that your Silk is A, alive, B, has warp, and C, is on the right side of the river. Otherwise, your army is not crossing, and you might have to fight the boss in this, or bosses in this chapter, with the like 6 people you have at the starting route.
Which one of you in chat was saying like a session ago people should play Gaiden in the original and this? Why would you say that?
I'm saying that, but that's only because I have the power of the internet to tell me what stuff really sucks. This game has a lot of highs, and so does Gaiden. But fuck, there's some of the lows, mostly map design, really low.
Cliff is just going to be our answer to everything over here.
People complain about Awakening, but there's a reason why it's considered the best newcomer game.
Yep. I still stand by that.
I still think it's a good one, too.
No wonder why the shots are missing. This is
the equivalent of like having the gun behind the corner and just like sticking your hand out and blind shooting.
Cliff is just trying to hide behind the bridge and failing.
I don't think the knights want to die. I think they don't have much of a choice in the matter.
Bro, Cliff is like, I did a crit shot and you did that? Oh.
That actually might be...
It might be bad.
Okay.
Okay. It's just the sword.
It's been fun.
Oh shit.
Oh my god, you got so lucky. She only spawned 1. Remember, it is like Invoke, so she can summon as many as there are spaces around her. Anyway, I hear my dinner is ready, so I'm gonna go grab that. So I'll be right back.
Alright.
Don't get Jenny killed again while I'm gone.
Jenny from the other side of the world.
Exactly. Like she's like once her passes by, she just somehow dies. No, these guys.
Stop lying. That angle made it look like he had his hair up in a bow, like in a ponytail thing, and I was like, what the hell? Okay, save
What do you call that?
He asked politely.
Can I top that?
Can you?
What did he say?
Can I top that?
Okay, that is what he said. For a second, I thought he said, "Can I be taught that?"
Well, it's a little late to become an archer class at this point, my guy.
I mean, he could reclass. A lot of levels, but
Great! Buddy, you need some motivation there? Well, the good news is we can start getting people to the to the bridge now.
And we're done.
yeah. Gray or Cliff can take care of the magic user over here, and everyone just start rushing back. Ooh. Okay, that's Alm up front. Okay, yeah, he should be fine.
Let's charge
Now
these
the top
very
one's not.
inclined stairs.
Yeah, what's that other enemy that's sitting inside the fort up there?
There's a, yeah.
Yeah, what's that? Is that a Cantor? Is that someone else that can summon stuff?
Yeah, I see it.
What is with this game and just hating the player?
They were very experimental.
NES RPG.
Hey, this is the second game in a franchise. We don't know what the franchise
Which
is
means
yet.
it's the one that
let's
tries to
some stuff.
experiment.
Every time. Experiment.
I think this is a pretty cool one, but boy, some of it's like oof. That would have been a perfect time for her to get hit when I said oof there. Oh,
Why?
Rich, what are you thinking?
Why? Why did you do that, you moron?
Bring this up on
Because
yourself.
he had the lowest resistance, so she thought it was a free kill.
Let's go for foresight. He can't counterattack.
Actually, yeah, it would have been more dangerous on foresight.
This AI can be kind of dumb a lot of the time.
Yeah.
Oh boy, you're dumb.
Oh no, that poor knight is gonna try to make it across the bridge, but he can't cross water. He's like, I need to get to a healing panel. He's just gonna come to the
There
river
is
and
no
just have
healing
to
panel.
clear out across it.
Just accept your fate. Die.
Now, to his benefit, there are mages up there that can heal him, or could have.
Thanks for the diversion.
Go, Alm. Show them your power.
Bow. Better.
It's just like,
Look at that. Look at that bow.
Clear behind him. Where did you get that bow and staff?
Oh, you know.
God. Milla says, here's a bow. Also,
But on the other side of the map. Yo, Cliff, up top!
high five, man. Alm with that bow there is actually very similar to his original sprite on the NES of him holding a bow. Like his victory pose there with him just holding the bow next to him like that. Yeah, very reminiscent of the original pose. Cute little reference there.
Well, I'm spent.
Imagine if this was based off a more modern Fire Emblem game. There would be reinforcements coming down this back way.
Fuck that.
that would have just been beyond me at that point.
Just be careful of the mages, because I think at least one of them can pelt
Yeah.
Lucas.
That's
Nope.
yes.
Okay, so no one can attack him, so yeah, next turn. Come on, overhead. Damn it. Oh yeah, Sky Knight, and they would be same turn reinforcements too.
Fucking hell.
You have to design same turn reinforcements in a specific way. Most
I
of
forget
these
what.
games do it right.
I forget which Fire Emblem was like infamous for the same turn reinforcements.
Awakening's pretty bad with it.
I know that's one
Binding
of the big
Blade has
reasons.
it.
I know that's one of the big reasons why Awakening is considered one of the hardest to do an Iron Man for on, like...
Yeah.
Which is why I'm gonna do it.
I feel like there was another Fire Emblem, but I can't recall that did...
Binding Blade has it too. Binding Blade has it too.
Okay.
Roy's game has it too, and that's another reason why that game's also pretty damn hard. Man, that door is very vocal.
Door.
Shadow Dragon and Blade of Light, Chad is saying as well.
Oh, the very first game? Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
They didn't think that kind of stuff ahead of time. Does Genealogy have same turn reinforcements? I don't think so. Maybe it does. I wouldn't be surprised if Thrakia has same turn reinforcements just because that game hates everyone. What's that?
I can literally just
People
be used as bait for these guys.
That's pretty good. Free supports.
Oh shit!
Okay, that's more witches.
Oh
That's a problem.
no, we actually gotta be concerned now.
That's crazy.
Get up the stairs, guys!
Crazy in the chat, are you playing the remake? Just curious. Because if so, I'm wondering what difficulty you're playing on. Okay, the original. Okay, rad. How you liking it? I definitely feel like I'll subject myself to the original Shadow Dragon at some point. I mean, you can drop him in the river, but he's not going to do much there. It might die.
Yeah, I'm gonna wait.
Still warp.
Oh, you could have gone into Alm's inventory, pulled out a bow and arrow, and then shot someone.
Oh, true! I can't do that.
Alm has the power of inventory. He can do whatever he wants.
I have the power of God
and
anime
on my side. I mean, that's...
God, anime, and this mallet space pocket I have.
Yeah.
And this gun.
My turn. I dedicate this victory to you.
Fine work.
Simple and to the point. Yeah, Johnny, that is the I wouldn't call it so much a defense, but the argument for Thrakia is the fact that, yes, it does play by its own rules, but most people have to have the learning curve of learning those rules. That makes it very tough to get into. Because if you're used to other Fire Emblems, then you have pre-expectations of how a Fire Emblem game is played, so that will cause some difficulties.
I would say this game kind of had that a little bit at the beginning too, but I mean, I've been able to adapt to...
You're just full of surprises.
That's not too bad.
It's good that you dodged that, because he would die after 2 of them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, it's not too bad. This could be bad
No.
now. No, okay, she's dumb enough to go after Alm.
Bow!
Bow.
Bow!
They just running.
Yes.
Where are you running?
Why are
Maybe
you running?
maybe the mask is too tight on their faces so they can't think straight. Yeah, get rid of the death. These guys hit hard.
Nice!
Cliff.
Who do you
You shoot that demon in the eye, Ray.
Hit him right between the eyes, hit him right between the eyes.
Hey, leave some for me.
Herbs?
Oh, I agree. Johnny, Alm's animations with his bow are great.
Resident Evil with these herbs? Starting Monday on Sammy's Twitch. Go and watch.
Some Resident Evil remake.
Golden Ball just released their next Ratchet and Clank video. Their thumbnail, the thumbnail is sending me.
Oh, what's the thumbnail for? Yeah, because it's the All for One. It's the All for One video, right?
It's both the All for One and Full Frontal Assault.
Oh, it's both of them. Okay. Put that in general. I'm curious what it looks like.
Just.
You should totally go and sub to Golden Bolt. This Ratchet and Clank stuff is very good.
Yeah, it's just Stream finally getting better development history for the future games.
Yeah. Okay.
Convoy.
Convoy would help, but he would. Well, actually, the lightning sword.
Well, actually, hold on.
Yeah, let's see what Delthea does.
Well, okay.
Make sure someone could physic her later, but yeah.
I'm in the water.
Never mind. Doesn't
Delthea just has a 6th sense going on right there.
These camera angles.
Maybe she is omnipotent. Wait until.
Big.
Let's wait until we see what the rest of the battles happen. Yeah, it happens. I don't think Alm can cross the river. Okay. So he has to get carried by teleportation powers.
Alright.
Oh yeah, that animation's great.
Oh wait!
And,
that's right, I have Faye over there now. I can go grab it. We can have her start sending people over.
Now I must contribute.
Also, another fun fact, that is absolutely Alm's attack animation back in Gaiden.
Nice.
In his promoted form, he'd put the sword up, run over, and then do the jumping slash at people.
Tend to your wounds.
I think we should expect some gargoyles next turn.
I'm ready.
Ooh. Yeah, those witches are a problem too, because if anyone survives this, they're gonna get attacked.
Nice.
Good dodge. That's why we pay you the big bucks, Matilda.
Big bucks is in mana herbs.
I mean, if we were to sell those, that's pretty expensive. No, he wants to double.
Wait.
Can Claire be the savior? No.
Maybe have them retreat.
Till's gonna get hit by a lot of enemies if that mage is allowed to stay there. That's an idea. I think the boss will go after him though, so you have to be careful up there.
I'm just not gonna attack.
Okay, we can see how this goes.
So I opened my cabinets and I found two of my toilet rolls being ripped to shreds. I wonder who did that.
That's probably your roommate.
Yeah, your roommate.
He knows how to open cabin doors.
He's grown more
He has
powerful.
too much power.
Okay, this turn that turn went a lot better than it could have.
Yeah, honestly.
Let's get this mage out of the way so Faye can do her physic or rescues. Get an extra space to move.
A pedestrian effort.
You must heal quickly.
Ha! Stand aside!
Yeah, that makes sense, Crazy. I have heard that Marth is like one of the best units in the original Fire Dragon, the Fire Emblem.
I would hope so.
I hope Lord can fight.
Hey man, we know about Roy. You're not always lucky if you're the Lord.
Yeah.
Roy, I am the Smash Bro Lord. Roy, we're inviting Blade.
Well, I mean, he kind of sucks. He only recently got good in Smash, so, you know.
Yeah, we all just liked him because he had fire effects.
Yeah, that fire sword and he was go!
Korean fans, like, they're a dragon, come on!
Actually, I forget, isn't Merciless, like, basically Marth exclusive in the original Fire Emblem? I think I remember reading about something like that. Because I think the Merciless is like a rapier like weapon in the original Fire Emblem. For everyone in the chat who probably doesn't know them, Merciless is one of the 3 Grengalia, so it's they're the closest thing to legendary weapons, but they're not like class locked. At least they're not supposed to be.
Oh Jesus.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, God. Okay, we need to get rid of that witch pronto.
Yeah, just kill those 2.
Yeah, starts teleporting your archers. Hunter's volley, go. Hunter's volley, go.
We're getting your horse over here.
I hear she does very good in the remake. I don't know enough about her in the original.
Oh,
Cindy Robinson.
Yes.
Be gone,
Yeah.
witch!
Yep.
So I'm
That's what I
gonna.
was talking about.
I've done nothing wrong.
You summoned witches. You did many things wrong.
So I would guess that's the other sister.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's Sonia's other sister.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh?
Ooh.
Let me do that now, and then I can just physic.
Zeke, my love.
Ah, my sweet Tatiana. How cruel for the gods to unite us in such grim times. It grieves me to see you take up arms and put yourself in danger.
Don't say that. This way, we can be together. I'd rather stand with you than cower at home wondering if you'll even return.
As I with you.
Promise me, Zeke. Promise that we'll always be together.
I swear it. On this and every battlefield, I will be at your side, keeping you from harm.
Good.
Depends on if we keep you for the final party. Don't know yet.
Hey man, he said when he's on the battlefield. When he says he's on the battlefield.
FE3 comes from the corner. It's like, yo, fam, we need you.
It's like, hold on, I have some unfinished business across the continent. I have to go take care of it. Fortunately, I saw that royal family member wearing a mask, so it gives me a great idea.
I think that
ignoring the fact that Cirrus came first.
I think they do confirm that it's the same mask.
Oh wait, did they like canonize it that he literally took Conrad's mask?
And if you check, I think it's the same in Heroes, so it's funny.
I think
Oh
it
my
is.
god,
that's hilarious. That's hilarious.
Okay, let me. What was his name? What was his fake name?
Cirrus.
Yeah, let me see.
Like Cirrus Black.
Yeah, I see it. It's just look at this.
Drop it in chat.
So that means those two met at some point and be like, "Yo, fam, can I borrow this?"
Yo, let me copy our homework.
Well,
Just make sure.
I can't believe the proportions of your face match mine perfectly that I can wear this and not have any issues. That's crazy.
That just makes it even more.
I'm just somewhat concerned about Faye getting swarmed by too many wyverns and get some bad RNG. Gargoyles! They're gargoyles! Fuck!
Okay.
Oh, these idiots are not going for... Not going for my archer, no, alright.
Get Lucas. Get Delphia!
That's a slightly more concerning one if she didn't have a good defense stat.
Why do you have this?
As you promoted her.
Yeah.
This is the price you pay.
Better defense, downside sword. Onwards, Toby. Luthir over here is like, no!
I do wish Warp did give experience, but it would obviously make it even more busted than it is.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good job, Python.
Just burns.
Burn with these holy flames. Okay, now we just have the boss, and he's gonna be a cakewalk by comparison.
So who wants the EXP? Get your EXP.
One of your finest EXPs, please.
Sky Knight, I think he might have been the design inspiration, honestly.
Yeah, I got it.
Wouldn't be surprised. Oh god, those Sonic movie toppers. Oh.
Oh boy.
So I think some of the merch came in and
I'll put that in Jen.
I'm putting Jen.
It's gonna be an engine.
Oh my. Yeah, that's all we can do for this one. Now let's go kick his ass.
So who's gonna be bait?
Well, you're gonna be first one up. Because you are like literally 1 point away from leveling up, so.
Honor demands I allow you to pass no further.
Oh, motherfucker! Come on!
We'll get to that, Sky Knight.
I mean,
why not?
Also, can I say fuck Discord?
Yeah, it has its problems, yeah.
And the last thing he sees is that dreaded face of Delphia.
Yeah, we know what it looks like now.
Okay, that wasn't too bad. That one. Oh!
It's only terrible if you don't know the gimmick with the water, because then you can plan around it.
We can take many lessons from that battle.
Like, fuck water!
Everyone's just looking at their glass of water at the craft tent afterwards, and they're just like, you motherfucker. Okay, so you can go for the next mandatory battle, or you can visit the shrine that's hidden.
Well, we don't have any,
I mean, there's items in there. shrines are more than just promotions.
The secret shrine.
Alright, so
And we can get some more support going.
Yeah, supports.
Yeah, supports. But I also think we should start seriously considering the
Endgame.
Let's I'm just gonna get Claire into here. I'm just right now visualizing the team currently, so I think Faye is.
Faye has a lot of good utility.
Yeah, I think
that physic is a great option.
Yeah, I think that Faye. Okay, so let me.
I would like it if it's possible. I would love to see if Silk can get to her next spell before the end of the game.
Yeah. Okay.
Actually, going back to Sky Knight's comment, I honestly think Zika's Cirrus looks less like Zek, even though that's probably his inspiration, but he honestly looks a lot more like Char. That's who I was thinking of.
If we can only
Also
have
from Gundam.
10 in here, honestly, I think this might be the party right here, probably.
It's not a bad one.
Yeah, so Silk, Claire, Lucas, Delthea, Faye, Gray, Python, Cliff, and Matilda.
Aye.
Yeah.
Just a pretty solid one.
Alright, but, okay, so that'll be it, but for the rest of everybody is, let's start thinking of... Has Faye finished all her sports at this point?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, then let's get Clyde back in here to wrap up his.
Also, I don't know much about Gundam, but I know Char is probably one of my favorite characters just because there's a quote from like a sequel series where he shows up and the main character is like, "What are you doing here?" And he's like, "I came here to laugh at you." I think Silk has Expel.
Yes, she does. Yeah. Just thinking of, like, for any last-minute support grinds we want to get.
Keep Claire and Delphia close to each other so we can get some of their supports going.
Yeah. And then Zeke needs to get into here. Alright.
Oh my god, that's
Look
terrifying.
at this grass.
What a strange place this is. A secret shrine, closed off and hidden away from the eyes of man. Why was it made? And to what end?
A living shrine with a broken Duma statue.
Allow me.
Yes!
Oh, fitting.
Nice.
Clive.
Matilda, what grieves you? You look so sad. Where hides your lovely smile?
It's your sister. She claims I was showing you up on the battlefield, that it was unbecoming.
I mean,
she's not wrong.
Set my mind a whirl. On the battlefield, man and woman are equals, judged by skill alone. But you are to be my lord husband. It was never my wish to diminish you or bring you shame.
My sister is the one who should be ashamed. Such an old-fashioned idea. I will never be your lord.
Let him say his
Your
thing.
exploits bring me naught but pride. If I want to outshine you, then I must earn it by my own hand. Don't you dare change. I love you exactly as you are.
And here I thought I could never love you more.
Now get back out there and have at those dastards, you wild Valkyrie.
Oh, it does my heart good to hear those words. Now stand back while I unleash the 7 hells upon these pitiful fools.
Damn.
As she does right now. Did the horse attack that one?
He got the horse attack.
Yeah.
Look, look on the bright side. The guarantee of benching Clive means that that she'll indeed have a husband by the end of the
spotlight
game.
now.
Yeah.
Allow me.
I have to laugh at how, because of the community looking at Clive and it's like, man, Clive, you suck. Looking at Matilda, it's like, man, Matilda's amazing. And the writers were just like, all right, we're just gonna make that canon then.
Oh, Clive, I'm sorry that I'm outshining you, Clive. That's the best part!
It's literally, I love a woman that could kick my ass.
Any last words?
He's angry at that bitch slap.
You make us proud.
Shoot your bow, Alm.
Aren't you a tough
Whiff.
Damn, bro!
I got it! Oh my god, I'm so good!
You're doing great,
Pathetic.
Now, this is how you really do it.
God, you're pathetic.
Merely adopted the bow. Melded.
See, that's how you do it, all.
I'm just like in the corner pouting. I'm just like, oh.
Like, man, I wish we had another killer bow so I
Cool,
could
guys.
use it. Don't worry, Alm, you'll get your moment.
Don't get your chance another day.
Oh, it's like, oh, it is.
Oh.
Oh, that's a lot. That's a lot of zombies, actually. Be careful.
Okay, yeah, let's actually defense formation this.
Allow me.
Yeah, anyone who kills these big EXP. Be nice if Spell could do that, but that might be asking a lot.
Just say the word.
The mother walks with me.
I don't think she'll get bonus experience for expelling normal the zombies.
Damn.
Yeah, they don't.
I think that'd be a little ridiculous. Also, they might be immune to it, because, well, if they're great terrors, then they might be immune to it. No, they're just terrors.
Well, I'm spent.
They're easy to kill, but God forbid if any of them touch you.
Yeah, epitome of glass cannons.
Yeah, bye.
That's a very satisfying thump.
See, they say like, yeah, bye.
Now watch me go.
Next turn.
All right, let's go.
Yeah, Alm would have to pull out a bow from the inventory to shoot him.
Ha!
I don't really want to give her experience.
Well, what you doing? I'm watching my woman go to work.
I'm in fine.
I'm just imagining like the lovey face, and he's just has his head in his hands and like sitting on the horse, just staring at her.
This is how it's done. You're that should do it.
Oh my god.
Oh.
So close.
Well, all he has to do is just do chip damage and he'll level up.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we could have brought Delphi up for Claire and her and Claire's support, but they're technically endgame things, so we don't have to worry too much.
Yeah. If you want to go for an expel, Silk could get some experience.
Oh, on these ones?
don't know how-
That works? Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know how much she'll get, but
We can try it.
yeah.
Nice!
Hey!
Oh my god.
Well, that's barely anything. Yeah, that is not a great return. We'll kill him the old-fashioned way. We don't need God's help.
Don't worry, God. We got it. We got it. We got it.
We use our hard-earned strength and this gun I picked up.
And this bow I have.
This is my strength. It's almost
I
as if
keep
someone's
feeling
watching.
like
Ooh, this
Alm is
one's wow.
treating the bow like the Falcon Punch, and like, no, I gotta use it every battle, guys. No, come on.
I gotta find a chance.
I swear it's viable. It's viable.
Hey, if Alm has the right bow in his hands, it's pretty viable.
To be fair, I did make my Byleth a magical genius. Just like I could use the sword of the
powerful.
creator, but fire.
With these magic hands. I mean, then again, like, more or less, Canon Robin is any magic class. Like,
Yeah.
you could change him into something else, or you could use all this magic that no one likes.
You watching?
Hard to look away,
You're
Cliff.
making me look bad.
Nothing will stop me.
Leave this to me.
No, this is how you do it.
Man, all the good Three Houses art coming in the timeline.
Yeah,
Oh, boy.
and a lot of art the past few days.
Almost like they were motivated for some reason.
I do love the community has kind of full-on embraced of that Edelgard just looks like a magical girl with that armor.
Oh, yeah.
Yes,
No, we just need some brave soul to animate an animation of her going into a transformation.
I love that Fatters took the chance, like, finally we can rectify Mercedes' time skip design.
Yes.
Keep the hair!
It's a good thing she hit that, otherwise she would have died.
We can properly give her the hair she
That was
deserves.
a fine victory.
It's actually because I think her actual time design is nice.
It's just the hair. That's the only thing I change on it, kind of deal.
Money!
Another broken Duma statue.
Wonder what these statues are.
One Duma statue, two Duma statue. Another Duma statue. Another Duma statue. And then what's the thing in
And
the
someone was
middle?
really mad at Duma lately. Can't ever imagine why.
Ooh.
Don't know if there's much to talk about with the Mario Kart DLC.
Just cool. I'm looking forward to it.
The coconut mall stands rise.
At this point, it's mostly just waiting for more announcements to see what people are working with.
Yeah.
I am really digging the more purple colors on Claude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Secret tunnel.
Sacred tunnel.
Oh, cool.
And Zeke.
When I found
A couple.
Zeke on the beach and saw his wounds, I thought him done for. But
I mean, he should have
saved
been.
him anyway, because I wanted him to live. When he finally opened his eyes, I was filled with elation. I kept caring for him, and eventually, we started taking walks together. Then I realized how happy I was spending time with him, and fell in love. Zeke calls himself half a man because of the past he's lost. But that half is all I will ever need.
Aw.
I was badly injured when I
I'll let
washed up on
Zeke say his
Valentia's
stuff.
shores from some other land. Tatiana was the one who found me and took me in. She tended to my wounded body and comforted my broken spirit. It baffled me how one might go so far to aid a complete stranger. But I would not be alive if not for it. She is the reason I still exist at all. So, I forgive her for occasionally rubbing sea salt in my wounds instead of salve.
Oh.
Ooh, that's rough. That's
Yeah.
rough, buddy.
When they say love hurts, I don't think that's what they mean, guys.
Oh.
To respond to the Sky Knight, Dreadfighter is a pretty solid class in Awakening in general, but like not everyone had the DLC, so that's certainly not an option for all Robins.
Nothing.
Yeah. Gold
Money.
coin.
Gold piece.
Oh.
And revival.
Second revival. Alright. So not too much in this shrine.
Just some
So in my
small
original Gaiden
extras.
playthrough, this is when I started to really use Delthea because she died. I had to revive her later.
That sucks.
Yeah. So this is Alm's end game grinding spot. Small room, lots of enemies, good chance of super zombies for EXP. That's a lot of zombies.
Allow me.
Surround him!
Fuck him up.
Yes, Skynet. I think Dreadfighter is men exclusive in Awakening,
It is.
and then they've rectified that in Fates, as with every class.
But Mr. Stefan, when can I be oh god, what was the name of the class that had Gale Force?
Dark Flyers.
Dark Flyer. Mr. Stefan, can I be a Dark Flyer?
Have you done your homework?
Are you
From the
getting
class-
good? Are you getting good grades in school?
I have a
Are you gonna
40%
pass your
chance.
certification exam?
It's a 40% chance. Give me a chance.
An F to my friend who
I don't
decided
know.
to grind for Gale Force for all the child units.
Oh.
That's what I did.
That friend
I
was
was-
Stefan.
But no, I think I've talked about it before, but I remember I was just like, because of my bad experiences of getting into Fire Emblem, especially starting my true FE7 playthrough on Hector mode, so Rude Ass Awakening, I was terrified of the permadeath stuff, so I would just looked up a guy's like, hey, Gale Force exists. Like, okay, I guess I'll do that.
My friend decided I'm gonna level up every unit in Awakening. I'm like, stop it! Progress the story, stop it!
That random ass
did that to you
country
mostly
isn't
for
gonna
support.
save itself out there. Come on, go.
I think the only grind I actually did was make Olivia OP.
Mhm.
Because an OP dancer is funny.
Yeah. Dancer with no fear.
All you have to
Sometimes
do
I
is
do
grind her a bit in the assassin class, and then she's all good.
She just has to take a completely different path in life, and then she can come back. A mini hero's journey.
You're a fortune.
Just say the word. Now you die.
That good old double flash of his death.
Yeah.
Admirably done.
No one else can make it to her.
I don't think they can.
No.
Okay. I wasn't looking at the map, so I just saw her with low HP.
Oh.
And now even more low HP.
Get out of the water!
Water is generous.
Very. Wait, some of them took 10 damage. I guess it's one of the zombies effects?
They do have venom claws, yeah.
Ah, that would explain it.
Yeah, they are poisoned. On top of standing in poison.
But they
good old
lost.
double dosage.
Yep, 15%. Jesus.
The new IDW preview is adorable.
Oh. Aww. Vector being a good dad sometimes.
Let's see. Let me boop.
The Sega team be like, okay, we have a crocodile detective, a random ninja, and an 8-year-old.
Sounds like a recipe for success for me.
You want a double lion?
Good job, Alm.
There we go.
You've improved.
Alm, you don't even sing twice half the time. Yeah, but it's insurance. Also, I think Alm's about to die.
Did you save?
Did you save
Yeah,
Did you save at the shrine? Okay.
Yeah, okay, good.
Okay. Well, we can just leave this.
Imagine the hero of Valentia dying in a secret shrine.
No one will ever know.
Yeah, I was gonna say no one's gonna find that body.
Alright, well.
Yeah, grab everything.
You can grab these
Oh
things.
no!
Just peace out.
Is Cat crying?
Give me a minute.
You're no. Okay, so it's almost 10 o'clock. Do we want to do another chapter?
We technically have 2 more till the
End of this
yeah.
act. And this map is decently lengthy.
This is a dungeon up here, isn't it?
No.
Dungeon.
I think that's just like a Millis shrine, or like the Millis temple kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, some exploring to do.
So don't worry, you don't have to go to a dungeon yet. What?
Yeah, even we can hear him.
Yeah.
Because we're gonna go a little longer than normal. We only have 2 battles left of this, so.
If we want, I would say if we actually want to
We want-
finish this under 2 streams, that's probably the best.
Yeah, she's
Alright.
right.
Cat wants to as well. All right, then absolutely.
If you're
Sophie-
lonely, come here and say hi.
Sophie, pat the cat.
This fortress
cat-
is the last
okay.
thing standing between us and Rigel
Look at this
Castle.
boy.
Good news for us, but to them, it's their last line of defense. Men always fight hardest when
Brought
they're
them to the
back
brink.
wall. Let's take every precaution we can.
Right. We only get one chance. We'll make it count.
We only get one chance, he says as he looks down at the turn wheel.
Nope.
Look at this.
What do you think you're doing,
so how's
Blade?
it going?
I thought he was gone.
I mean, he should have been. But then they were like, hey, we want another rival antagonist to slap in.
And I am dearly glad to see you again, boy. You really
The writers were like, man, we really like how scummy we wrote Slade. Just insert him into the plot a bit more. Also, maybe they saw the art of him with his hands up like this, and they just really
Just
liked
like
it.
that's too much ham. We need to use it as much as possible.
Why are
Yeah.
you here? Last I checked, you served to say.
True, but that was in a former life, when I was still a knight of Zofia.
What?
You lot ran me out of the castle thanks to that Claude de Say's incompetence. So, I defected to Rigel.
Of course.
Turncoat or no, they pay good
Well,
coin
Brandon,
for
every
his
map is a route map,
intelligence.
with some exceptions. So, yeah, I don't think Slade's gonna be showing up again soon.
You lack even a modicum of shame, Slade. How dare you call yourself a noble after trading away your pride? Pride? Ha! Pride has never filled a man's belly or warmed him in the snow. And while we're speaking, Clive, let me tell you this. I've always despised you. You and your pathetic platitudes. Pride this.
They really like using the word
Yeah,
platitude.
really like platitudes.
Believes that righteousness will keep a man drawing
Where's
breath.
the cat on the
Which of
battlefield?
us is truly naive, Slade? You're focused on not but survival, yet survival to what end?
With no core belief to steel your spine, you turn tail in every shadow. Men broken by life's unfairness, who cast all principle aside, will never triumph. You, Slade, will never know victory. We will not lose to the likes of you. Clive.
That is a very formal way of saying fuck you.
This is merely
Is this Clive we're talking about?
Faced down by a lion. Well,
Double lion.
Don't stand there, attack! Paint the halls red with Zophian blood! Silence their lies, even if it means cutting the tongues from their mouths!
I just imagine that line would involve Alm's like surprise face, like, oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh.
This is a fort.
There's a lot of narrow halls on this one, okay.
And look at who's manning these walls.
Oh.
Yeah.
Was actual boats.
Okay,
knights everywhere.
That's a big one to worry about.
Yep, it seems like all the normal ones have iron bows.
You know, this might actually be a good map to try out, Bo Alm.
Okay, so send one army down here, send another army down here, and then work our way into the middle.
You can do that. My recommendation, though, is to bait them out to you and then just start using your killer bow to just decimate them, to clear out the ways, and then start making your way up.
Speaking of maps that bow knights completely destroy.
At least they thought about it as like, hey, bow knights, maybe we should put some on the enemy side too. I'll make it a bit fair.
Alright, so one over here, one over here.
Make sure they have a healer to support them.
Yeah. Okay, put one healer in each kind of group.
Ugh.
Oh, Sky Knight gives a bit of a fun fact. The merchant man who constantly has side quests where he needs you to help him with his shipments, otherwise his knees will be broken. If you successfully complete a side quest where you collect 5 steel lances and give it to him, the barons in this map will be equipped with those steel lances.
No.
So we know who his buyer is, and makes sense why his knees would be threatened.
Yes, allow me.
Yeah, I think taking this map a bit on the slower side might be to your benefit. That's a dead end over there. The only person that can cross all of that is your Pegasus Knight, and there's a lot of bows trained on her around there.
Leave this to me.
Also, yes, the mages probably have Mire, so you can get hit hard from any defensive angle.
Allow me.
Okay.
That satisfied, Sophie?
Allow me.
Yeah, the cat's... The cat got bored.
Alright, let's go.
I'll do my best.
Just say the word.
Watch me go.
Stand back.
The mother walks with me.
Easy pickings.
Just leave it.
Enjoy while you can.
There's the Mireman. Also, the other bonus for this map is the fact that enemies are on tiles, which means they have better evade than you would like.
Ew.
Don't know what Brandon just posted.
Let's see. I saw. Let's see.
Bye.
Be gone.
At least the healers will have some work.
Yeah.
Oh, cool. We get paid.
Woo!
Inexperience? Oh. I like to imagine that the horse is afraid. He's all the fire come out from the bow. He's like, Jesus, I'm out of here. No, cat's back.
Cat. I get why Sophie, like, obviously it's something, but I just love hearing cat cries. They're precious.
Knowledge that a cat is nearby is always appreciated.
Yeah.
Yeah!
Nice.
I like grinded a lot with my units. I ended up like just dropping what's his name? Tobin on the healing spot near the boss and just had him fight just everyone. One-man army it. It looked pretty stupid.
Delphia, you want a Delphii?
Oh.
Oh no, I hear a noise. Hang on.
Can you heal those wounds?
It's a bad.
I think it might have to do with a certain fact.
Everyone get down.
Okay, Kitty's playing with his toy, but that also means he doesn't want to come into my room where I can see him.
How old is Akira?
I would say about 4 months.
That makes sense.
4 months and already breaking into stuff?
Damn, that is actually kind of scary.
He's actually been pretty well behaved as long as you keep your food covered. The only incident we had was when
his power.
The only incident we had was when his collar got tangled with the trash bag, and that caused a mess.
Some mess, just a little bit of a mess, you know.
Yeah.
You do not know how fast a freaked out cat can zoom.
Oh, I've seen.
I've seen too.
Connor, no!
Can that bow knife from up top get to her?
Nope, it's out of range.
No, I meant if she were to attack the mage.
Yeah,
probably
this
could.
This one can.
Mm. Let's see.
I believe in you, Zeke.
I think this guy can't double.
Is he just doing this through windows?
Yeah, they have very good accuracy
really high
through
up.
these windows.
God darn, I can't shoot!
I'm just like, I'm not that skilled with a bow. I only learned how to use this yesterday.
Bows everywhere.
At least unlike the Pirate Keep in Celica's third act map, this map is at least not just a box filled with just archers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We can actually traverse this terrain.
Sort of.
Well, she gets healed afterwards. Or crits. Or dodges like a boss. There's a lot of factors.
I knew you wouldn't fail us. Yeah, I got it.
Damn.
Maybe Tobin should do a physic, be a support unit this turn. Should someone need it.
Yeah, okay,
Hey, buddy.
Very well.
You're getting up here now?
What? No, I was talking as if I were Tobin.
Ah, okay.
Standing next to Cliff.
Oh, yeah.
Damn it, I got excited, I thought it was Cat.
So we might need that caddy mode sooner than expected at this rate.
Oh, speaking of which.
Kira returns.
Now you die. Now you hate me.
Wait.
You're really strong.
How can you hate someone if they're dead? They don't have the will to do that once they're gone.
Who knows? Maybe Rudolph also has a healing spring in his backyard that he uses to bring back units.
So much for Claire getting any support this map.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck.
You could have her wrap around the back and try to... Well, if archers can hit her, then not gonna likely happen. But she could try making her way over to the back and start fighting like Slade or something.
The problem is...
Oh wait, no, she can run around the other side.
Wait!
Huh?
The map extends further than you think. Yeah, she can come around the back way and try to start dealing with Slade or something. Keep herself occupied.
Be the perfect revenge.
Cat!
Cat's all on board for revenge.
Fucking get him!
Revenge!
So loud.
My gosh, you're a
Very talkative child.
I don't mind that. Talkative cats are fucking precious.
I'm not opposed to it. I'm just stating a fact.
It gets annoying in the mornings, but you know,
It's
you
not,
learn
especially
to
if you're-
adapt.
Mm-hmm.
If I just open one of the food bins, my cat just also just starts meowing. She's like, meow, meow.
That's any animal.
And then the other one, like, as soon as he sees someone go out or, like, let the dog out, he just chills by the door and starts meowing. He's just like, let me out.
Now, Alm.
Oh, good, he's dumb enough to go after Python.
Come on!
Come on. Yes!
Yeah.
Python can now go to the other side. Claire is free!
Yeah, Alm's fine.
Oh.
Where we had 5 co-coms today.
Yeah!
Put the cat on mic.
Seems like he can talk loud enough that he doesn't need one.
No, he's literally being, hey look, the only human being here to annoy.
Oh, cute too.
Like damn right.
Hell yeah,
Akira.
I'm gonna go, Calm.
Akira.
He left the room.
Dad.
He's like, I'll be back.
I was like,
I will
like,
come
come on.
only... I cannot be summoned by just being called. It's only when the time is right.
Claire's like, I can finally approach.
Bodite reinforcement.
You slip behind him.
I got you, buddy!
Single file line, everyone.
Ah.
Oh, time for Cliff.
Ragnarok!
She is a very talented little girl. Actually, oh yeah, Luthier can do lightning once he hits.
Yes, that was quick.
So yeah, now
Luthier
Luthier can also just blow up the world.
Oh, now he can be a sage.
Oh, now he can be a sage.
Just say the word.
All right, Cliff, do some heavy lifting.
Well, let's see if he can crit. Yay!
Yes!
Oh, right. I forgot they take less damage from bows.
Yep, half damage.
I did like the calculation. I was like, that shit done 15. Why is my master? Oh, right.
Shit make no sense!
I'm not surprised, Sky Knight. They really want you to know that Delthea is a gifted child. More crits. More
And
death.
this is a gifted swordsman.
Wonder if Slade's close enough that he'll go after Gray. Nah, just out of range. Come on. Okay. Damn it.
You know, sooner or later you have to give up the bow.
No.
I mean, what else is he gonna use here?
A sword.
He could use the Thunder Sword, but...
This guy.
It's like, I need heal. Medic!
I need healing.
That'll guarantee our kills, though.
Time for my secret weapon.
Oh shit.
Oh
Fine.
no.
Then here goes plan.
Our general,
That's
ladies
what I
and
wanted it to
gentlemen.
be. Damn supplies.
Okay, finally got that one. God.
You know, I'm like a dumbass thinking like, Pat, why aren't you using Hunter's Ball? I'm like, oh right, blessed bow.
What if
Can
I
you
could?
please get the archer out so I can go in now? That would be very helpful.
I think Claire can actually. As long as she's out of range of that other bow knight, she can start fighting some stuff.
Claire's like, oh, thank God.
Death. Now, hopefully, she has enough HP to survive a Slade. And she's gonna crit. Ooh, or maybe Gray would be tempting.
You watching?
Physics everywhere. COVID still has that carrot.
It's never going away. Stand back.
Ah, Tobin could have physicsed.
Fuck.
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 Did you lose your toy?
Ooh, good job, Python.
Nice.
Yeah. Just one more hit.
Oh boy.
Yep.
He's going after. He wants revenge on the child. Come on, Greg. Crit him. Fuck him.
Fuck him up!
This dude has been in 2 chapters too many.
No, Sophia.
Alright, now Cliff can do the real heavy lifting.
Sophie,
Yeah.
does Akira give you kisses?
He gives me a lot of rubs.
That's good too.
Stand back.
I think it's gonna be. Ooh, Clive could finish him off.
Yeah. That's fortune face.
No, because he would get fucked up by the rest of these guys.
Can the general make it to him? It would just be the bow knight.
The bow knight, yeah.
It might be
just the bow
dangerous, yes, but you can also rush him with whatchamacalls him. Well, first we have to see if 5 hits. Okay.
What? How did you?
You know what fitting.
Damn you.
So can we recruit him?
Perfect level up.
Just throw him down the ocean for good measure.
So, yeah, now if you can get a physic to your guys, then Matilda and or Zeke could go and rush the bow knight, dissuade him from fighting.
We found your stronghold, Bow Knight. Fuck!
Alright, what's going on the other side of the map? Come on, Alm. Damn it, Alm.
Ah.
Ah, my face.
You know, Captain, I think you should stick with your royal sword.
Yeah. Oh my god. This fucking guy!
You are working with below 50% chances, so it was never going to be great.
I have come to say hello. Oh shit!
Oh fuck, that's still there. Oh god.
And yeah, she is in range.
Ah!
Even
Death approaches. There's a scandal.
Okay, Matilda could run in and try attacking him, but then she would have armor knights to deal with, and that might be a bit much.
Just wait for right now.
Yeah, just see what happens.
Oh god damn it.
No, he knows the real threat.
That's you.
Now, the real enemy, please.
Come on.
Come on, Alm.
Yeah, there we go.
You did it.
Clive inside, man, I wonder what's taking Alm so long.
Fucking Hellcat! Fucking God! What is that camera angle?
That is an angle that is not meant to happen. So, besides the actual boss of this chapter,
can I actually do something?
Can I finally do something?
No, I cannot, apparently. God damn it.
If this was another game, I could get on foot.
Oh god, that just reminds me of like a Heroes comic where it's just like it was like Petra was about to be hit by a bow, and then Petra just dismounts. It's like no, you can't do that. You have to play by Fire Emblem Heroes rules.
Sky Knight, that happened to us earlier.
Oh yeah. If you
Yeah,
check
we got that
clips
to happen.
in Pat Redo 83's Discord.
Yeah. Shell.
That's probably one of the funny ones.
I forget we have commands.
Come at me, fools!
Yeah.
Okay.
Nice.
Nice.
Still not enough to kill. The epitome of chunk.
However.
Da, da.
I see double crits maybe.
We could do
No,
this
actually,
again.
only one crit.
Do that again.
We'll do a lot of those. Don't worry, Gray. No, yeah, now we only have the real boss of the chapter. Can you look at the boss of the chapter, the last bow knight? Yeah, Muller here is just like, this is my map, this is my glory, it's gonna be awesome. Who the hell is this guy? Why is he here? Why is he getting all the credit? I've manned this place for 15 years. Why is some schlub that's a traitor gets more attention than me?
It appears he has a droppable silver sword. All mine!
Oh, you cannot. You're not that good with bows.
I cannot allow you any closer to His Excellency the Emperor. Prepare yourself.
Do you know who I am?
No.
The Hunter's Volley will make you remember. Yes, that is a threat.
Clear behind her, please. Oh God, please.
Wait, okay, Stefan, let me ask. In harder difficulties, can enemies use combat arts?
I don't believe so.
Because I was gonna say, just imagine if there was a Hunter's Volley bow knight.
Why?
I didn't get to do anything this chapter. God.
Don't worry, Claire. You're gonna have a lot of a lot of fun opportunities next.
I just like how this chapter's just evolved into a bunch of characters just either sitting in the corner, taking the front lines, or just being stubborn to kill one bow knight.
That's just Alm's plot line.
Mm-hmm.
Like, no, guys, you don't understand. He needs to die. I got this.
I need to kill him with my own hands.
Also, cats show up for some reason.
Alright,
Oh, goddamn Matilda.
Because I'm imagining.
Oh,
I just imagined that with Kaguya's voice in my head, and it still fits really well in that situation.
The clear
That
suffering.
dark mage over there
montage.
is just like, huh, I wonder what's going on with the rest of the map. It's been quiet.
I think they're okay.
Just eating his
Oh
lunch.
man, I wonder what.
Oblivious
I
to
wonder what
what's
Ganon's up to.
Yeah, he's just on his healing panel. Has a sandwich.
A one?
two.
I don't think he even needs it to. Oh, he does.
No, he doesn't.
Did it correct.
Your Excellency.
Cliff,
You know what? It was a good fight, Mueller. It was a good
Cliff
fight.
above him. Now you hate me.
I definitely
Ooh,
feel
that's not a
stronger.
bad level up. Alright,
Oh.
can pass that to Alm.
The poor mage
No.
who's gonna get the biggest wake up call of the century.
It has the entire army coming after him. Oh, you can steal the healing panel before you can use it too.
Sucks to suck, but.
Come on, double crit.
Come on, Tobin.
That's fine. He'll win next time.
Just get Tatiana too.
Heal his ass.
Claire comes in like, no, no, you don't.
Oh, now I kind of
Let me
want
kill
Claire to
someone.
snipe. No, I kind of want Claire to snipe the win.
Depends on-
Ray can't, or Tobin can't finish him this chapter, or this turn, I should say.
You know what? Claire's like,
Mine.
Fuck it, I want Claire to get the W now.
I honestly want to see just a drawing of Claire just desperate to kill the last.
Bye.
It'd be better if she found someone she could heal instead of warping, so she could
The
get
problem
EXP.
is none of the people here can.
Well, then move someone closer to her.
Wait, actually, hold on.
We have a bow knight right over there who can't heal anyone.
If I do this.
That also works. Enough to level up. Damn it, so close.
Next, well, it takes Claire one more turn, so.
Oh yeah, Claire has one more turn, so she has a chance to get a level up.
this.
Hmm? What's this? Oh, it's the comic of Petra trying to cheat.
I feel the
Ooh. One step closer.
Don't worry.
Step forward. Mine.
I remember.
There you go, Claire. You did it.
You got a kill.
Narrow a victory.
It's actually quite a comfortable victory, Clive.
That was a lot of narrow of a map, honestly.
Mm-hmm. All right.
let's get some inventory redone.
Yeah.
Okay, the big thing, do we want him to get Royal Sword, or do we want him to have the sword?
He's gonna want his Royal Sword.
Yeah.
If he needs to switch to a bow, he can pull it out of the inventory when he needs it.
Alright, and then everybody else...
Do we want to run to the shrine and get Luthier promoted so that he is more helpful?
Yeah, yeah, definitely.
And then, yeah, we can save and then just do a rush. I think he's at the bottom of the list, yeah.
No, yeah. That's a bad one if there's super zombies.
Not as long as he doesn't get attacked by any of them. Actually, those two were super zombies because they ran away from him. All three of them, wow.
Damn, that's actually good
They
on
really
you.
wanted to rush this run. Speaking of... Wow, Luthier is actually maxed out as a sage already. Well, he's hit all the bases, I should say. Yeah. In this game, if a unit has hit all the bases of whatever they're promoting into, they will only gain 1 HP upon promotion.
It's kind of rocking this look.
So this is the
it's definitely made for him, especially because he gets to keep his red.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Not like, say, Bowie, who just loses all of his green.
Bye, Milla.
Oh yeah, I forgot why I was going to a Fire Emblem wiki, because I was going to grab... Because I mentioned in the last stream that Tatiana's design, at least in the original game, was based off of a character from the original Fire Emblem, Nina.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, suffice to say that those designs split paths very much with the time.
How am I getting painted teddies? Okay.
So I'm gonna bring up Nina's Shadow Dragon art so I can share that, just to see how they've changed. All right. Gonna turn this up so I can enjoy some more Jameson Price.
Then the fortress has fallen.
It has, Your Excellency. I fear it's a matter of minutes until the deliverance reaches the castle doors.
I want to take a guess at that guy's VA, Pat?
With a sea of blades.
Did you hear him good?
I leave the rest to you, Messena.
As your will commands, Your Excellency.
Now go.
We'll get more of him later if you didn't get it.
Your Excellency, wait!
Hey, you want
Berkut.
Sire, why have you not given me leave to join the front lines?
Maybe because you fucked up way too many times,
I know I failed you.
Tends to happen.
But all the more reason I beg for this chance.
A merciful leader may grant a second chance. Only a fool allows a third.
Your Excellency!
My army has no place for the weak. You'll remain here and watch in quiet.
You want to talk about lines that radiate power? Goddamn.
No. Wait for it.
Please, have mercy, sire. Your Excellency! Uncle!
I think someone needs that snicker.
Alright, let's see what we're doing. Oh! Oh! Oh!
Welcome to the castle.
This
Did you
is
think
not,
that would be easy?
This is not fun time Claire zone happening right now. Let's see, how many of you actually get to play any of these Bow Knights? Well,
everyone has what? Look, that guy has a Rider's Bane.
Claire's entire game today is the sky is lava.
Yeah, pretty much. Okay.
You walked up to the castle of an emperor and you expect him not to be coming out swinging?
Fuck, okay.
Your goal is to get right up there.
Okay, get a bowman over here.
Yeah, start doing some thinning. No, don't worry, Sky Knight. I'll have my advice for that.
I do advise being careful with your weaker units.
Yeah. you're gonna do any warping, I would recommend someone like Lucas or Forsyth on like the far end.
Oh yeah.
By far end, I mean on the west side, not where Baron is. Not Baron. Rudolph. Speaking of Rudolph, let's have a look at the boss you're dealing with.
I was scared to look at this. Fucking hell! What's that 20 lock? My God.
It's the power of the ring he's wearing.
Alright. Well, here we go.
Oh, yeah.
This battle will be legendary.
Brave warriors of Rigel, you have fought with courage and skill at my side these long years. But the hour of reckoning is upon us. Our empire's light is guttering. Now heed my words well. If I should fall, my final order is that you lay down your arms and surrender. I hear the young Zophian general is a man of mercy. If you have any love and loyalty for me, you'll not waste your lives this day.
That's Emperor Rudolph. This is strange. I'm not sure what I'm feeling at the moment. He's caused so much suffering, and I know I should hate him, but I can't. Instead, he just feels... I don't know. Familiar somehow?
Alm, snap out of it, will ya? There's no time for daydreaming. We're at Rigel Castle's doorstep, buddy. We need you focused. Now pull yourself together already. We didn't come this far to lose here.
Right. Sorry, Gray. All right, everyone. Let's do this.
Shh. He's got a theme song.
Okay.
So, yes, like Rudolph made mention and has been pointing out in the chat, this is not a route chapter. This is a kill the boss chapter.
And I was also seeing, apparently, depending on the difficulty, his spot changes as well.
Oh, this map is completely redone in hard mode.
Oh, wow.
Enemies are much closer to the gate. They run out to meet you. They want you gone.
This music, though.
Also, this is not entirely Latin. Like, it's a mix of Latin and English, but vocal tracks are in this game. So if you look them up online, there's some words that you'll actually likely recognize.
Lucas is flat. Hello there.
He literally did put like an Obi-Wan.
Overhead!
I said hello there. Now bye.
This isn't easy mode, Private Tammy. This is normal mode. Unless anything that isn't hard is easy, in which case I guess you from the Clover edition of Capcom back in the day.
We're doing this now.
Oh, sweet.
Hey, Claire. Mind if I tug on your ear for a sec?
Epic music in the background with this conversation.
Wish to speak with me, then please proceed. It's about your bro. You know, Clive. I really like him. He's so dashing. Plus, he's all cultured and stuff. Well, I can hardly blame you for having such refined tastes. I adore my brother, and so I understand why you might be smitten with him. But I fear his heart belongs to Matilda. Ooh, Matilda. Gods, why'd I even bother asking?
Screw you two, you dumb 13-year-old.
Yes, allow me.
Oh! Just all the
Everyone wants to talk.
All the support's coming in right now.
Wait, is that him? It is! Sir Clive! Sir Clive!
Ah, Forsyth, how fare you?
Never better, sir. I could take on a whole army, so I could. Just watch
Well,
secure us a grand victory in your name, sir.
maybe not this far into the game.
But while I appreciate your enthusiasm, I have a small request. Please do not run headlong into the enemy's ranks again. How many times now have we had to save you because you got separated?
Yes, sir. Sorry, sir. I will strive to do better, sir. And if I fail to learn my lesson,
but I am prepared to die a warrior's death for my mistakes.
Let us hope it does not come to that. You know, you have tremendous talent, Forsyth, but you are far too tense. Perhaps you should attempt to loosen up.
Loosen up, sir. All right, sir. I'll work on that right away. Just watch how loose I can be.
Perhaps I am wasting my time.
Man, I really like the supports in this game. They're fantastic.
Oh man, Grant killed that line, really.
Just stop. Rock it on in.
Best strategy I can give for Rudolph is have Alm be the frontline attacker on him.
Yeah, of course. My main lord.
Double lion is nothing. Yeah, double lion is nothing to be scoffed at.
Easy pickings. Stand back.
Just leave it to me.
I'm guessing this track is new to the remake on.
Oh, absolutely.
Well, I was just like, you know, of like the orchestration and whatnot, you know, it's definitely something they could do on NES, but was like the track originally on the NES, you know, at all, just not this brand.
I don't recall if there was a unique map theme for when you did this in Gaiden.
Gaiden people in chat, do you know?
I think it was only the final map that got a unique battle theme. I could be wrong. It has been a while. Not looking great for Lucas. Love to
you
see
ever
it.
think about Python and Cliff being drinking buddies?
Nice.
I think even in this time and age, this boy would not be drinking alcohol.
I guess if you technically in the future, then I don't know.
I don't know. Does Cliff peg you as someone who would go drinking?
Maybe when he's older, possibly.
Silk fam, we need help.
Yeah.
Oh, we can't do Silk, because she doesn't have
I think,
physics.
man, almost rescuing him might be a better idea. He's gonna get doubled by a lot of people over there.
I still want him up there, because like, it will give us an advantage.
Yeah, it does
You also
distract
don't have to bother going in that direction.
Also, Crazy did confirm for me that, yeah, no, it was just March of Deliverance here.
Okay.
Or, as it was called, Alm Map 1. No grandiose names for the battle tracks back then.
Even though all the yodeling of this man cannot forsaken the beauty.
If we can just get that grade to an A.
I do think the hard mode version of this map is definitely much more interestingly designed with enemy placement. This one's pretty awkward because, like, yeah, everyone's like cramped around into the corners, and it's kind of a slog to start getting into the action unless you start throwing people in. Whereas the other one feels more with the modern map design while still keeping the map layout.
Yeah.
Oh, hello there.
Hey!
Nice.
Clive is in the front lines. Oh no, Clive is in the front lines.
Fuck!
Oh!
I think maybe he should keep that.
I should have told him better.
Frankly, it might almost be better to have everyone back up and clog the gate. Turtle that a bit.
Stand aside!
Leave this to me.
Yes, allow me.
Come at me, fools! All right, let's go.
Allow me.
Watch me go!
Stand back.
Also, in case you don't remember, this battle track was playing while Celica was having her nightmare back in chapter 2.
Yep.
Rudolph does not go anywhere without his battle theme. even in your nightmares, it's playing.
Dread from it, run from it.
Comes all the same.
That RNG did not save Luke. They are over there!
Okay, fine.
Python, come on. Okay.
Darn. We just stand there was like, Oh, wow.
Uh-oh.
Is Zeke about to die?
Okay.
Oh god. Back it up. Let's clog this door. I don't think
We should
Keep
get
these doors
we
clogged.
should get one of these. We should get Cliff on the other side.
Yeah, I think Cliff needs to start doing some guarding.
Sick! I'm sick!
Bye now.
Jeez, let's take these crits.
I was about to say who is the crittiest of Dread Fighters, Jess or Gray?
Prettiest rid of them all.
I think Jess because he had the brave sword longer. I don't know.
Wait, yeah. Yes.
You and me.
You can hopefully keep that one. So it was like, they usually die.
I usually get another chance.
Someone killed that. Okay.
Shit.
The Emperor's personal guard. They don't mess around.
You watching?
I'll do it myself.
That's how you do it.
Less work for
Finally, Claire can move.
Allow me.
Just
I'm
fall
coming,
there.
Lucas.
Yeah, Lucas, I think just wall for right now, yeah.
Yeah. It's doubled by a lot of these guys, so they're real threats. Can you take care of the gold knights up there? Like, they're the problems because they double a lot of people.
No.
Oh,
I don't know
motion,
if that motion. I don't know if that motion works, horse.
I'm ready.
I got an idea.
Oh yeah, we never did get Clive to be gold knight. No wonder he's doing so bad here.
All right.
You want to heal?
Should at least get one. Come on.
That's one.
Yeah.
Yes!
Enough.
I can.
Clive. Okay.
Yeah, he had Tempest Lance is the only way he can stay competitive here.
Everyone must stand for something.
If we can at least get Luthien
Yeah,
to the
get
other side.
get Luthien out of there.
Luthien, you're dying. This ain't about me.
Okay, I thought you used rescue for a moment, so I thought you were pulling him back into the archer range. I was like, what are you doing?
It's so zoomed in on
That
him.
almost looks like the freaking Toon Link Let Go image.
Yeah, I was about to say.
At least they're too busy with Lucas to do anything.
Yeah. Hey man, if a stranger shows up in your house unannounced, you'd probably give him priority.
Easy pickings.
Yeah, we might as well start moving everyone to the other end. Especially get our archers dealing with Rudolph's men.
Yes, allow me.
Well, girls?
Time to do our thing.
Yay!
Yay! Most of the art in the sub Discord of the comparisons between Nina and Tatiana's arts. Also, I have to say, Rudolph certainly a hell of a lot of a better emperor compared to Walhart.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Walhart's like, any of you run, you're dead to me. Rudolph, hey, if I die, just give up.
Yeah.
It's really not worth it.
Who do you think I am?
Maybe some of the modicum of respect for his army was lost among the generations.
Congrats, now you can just vibe, Lucas.
Good job, Lucas. You did a great job. No sarcasm.
Forsyth's like, bro, I'm just standing here.
Only thing not great about Rudolph's side is that he has a lot of generals over there, so that's some bulky boys.
You might need to get the magic kids, the magic people over there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, at least now we got
Too much grateful.
I'm gonna let this one play in slow-mo.
Ah, dang.
I'm
Okay.
sorry.
Let go.
I'm sorry, Forsyth.
Just let go.
Shall we then?
Alright, so we can start fighting over here at this point.
Oh no!
What?
I was trying to take a screenshot of Forsyth's face and it landed
Oh,
on
boy.
a particular.
Oh no!
Oh boy, I want to see this. Alright, Pinocchio.
Sophie, post that in the LP chat. Post that in the LP chat.
Yeah, absolutely. Let everyone see this greatness.
Hang on. For
She's
y'all.
posted it in the LP chat.
It's a delay. Brandon's gained a delay.
For y'all Twitch folks.
Yeah, most things we talk about here was gonna end up on the LP channel, so.
Forsyth, for your bravery, please. This is fine.
Keep doing great, honey. You're amazing.
Yeah. Probably take note of what Rudolph's range is, because once he has his sights set on someone, he's coming.
Okay, so gonna just. Oh God.
Oh yeah. Whoever's walking up better be ready to fight.
Gonna try and sense the.
Maybe Alm should be the one to step up front first.
But I'm not on a horse.
Damn, a horse would be real nice.
At least Forsyth, you're scared to show off the python. Alright.
Oh no, they're not distracted anymore.
Well, damn.
Well, at least Python and Cliff can take care of this other bone. Right? If Cliff somehow misses both of these shots. Good job.
Guess I can sit this one out.
Oh, no, you don't.
Get your ass back here.
Kill this Deathman. Damn it.
I'll wait.
I refuse to die right here. Oh, that's a pretty good level up.
Come on, Silk. Time to do some warping.
Watch out, this is a bow knight that is going to be coming up your way. I think this is the same singer who eventually would do God Shattering Star.
Yeah, I think he sounds really similar, yeah.
Oh, he's gonna battle it with Python. I respect it. Also, that is hilarious. Do you see what the text is doing there?
Yeah.
Couldn't load it out of the way, so it's still there by Python. That's amazing.
Now.
Die.
Right in front of the apples. just whoop right out the gate like some herbs. Cliff is like, I will make an attempt. I tried.
I think Cliff is more dangerous. Alright. Alm, can you make it to the front lines at last? Not quite. Next turn, no. We engage.
Can you look at Lucas's status? Yeah, he's got the middle face. He's just like, jeez, I'm exhausted. I've been having me fight how many people today?
It's almost like we're storming the Capitol, Lucas. My God.
Faye's having the time of her life.
Okay, let's be honest. Lucas would not be complaining. If it was Forsyth, he'd be complaining. If it was Python, he would be complaining.
Alright, the assault begins next turn.
You die 15 minutes from now.
In 15 turns, we almost think.
Claire's like, once that bog chose out of the way, you're dead meat.
At least Python can double him. Like, it'd be much worse.
Python was just...
Cliff initiated his AI by attacking him. So yeah, if you attack Rudolph, that might actually have him come to you.
Whoa. Oh.
Bring it on.
Wasn't afraid of anything. So yeah, now Cliff can take care of the Bow Knight, hopefully. And yeah, Rudolph will be approaching you.
Bring it.
Should we one be concerned?
Maybe a little.
Zeke's like, I kept Tatiana in the front area where she cannot get hurt. Meanwhile, Rudolph jumps off the balcony.
Just pulls a freaking Breath of the Wild and just jumps off.
No, I'm just saying an Ocarina of Time where, you know, you get out of where you take Giddy Poda out of the long range. Jump.
Be careful of putting a Gray there. He might go for him instead.
Gray just wants to support his buddy old pal.
Don't worry, I can handle this. Oh shit, I can't handle this.
I can't. Oh god.
You know, this is actually looking exactly like the nightmare, so yay or nay?
Hey, at least Alm's friends are with him.
We're fulfilling destiny.
Just have Claire. We got you, buddy. We got
Run from it. Run from it. Run from it.
Run from it.
Tobin's like, don't worry, I have a carrot.
I still have the carrot from Ram Village.
You know that thing is probably soiled as shit by this point, but it's mine.
Oh, that thing doesn't even have any crunch anymore.
Alright, here we go. Bow. Bow. Bow.
Like, good old
The general seems to be coming us with a bow.
He's going after Tobin. Well, actually, it's going after Tobin. Needed that patented double crit. Oh, he's off the healing pad.
That was your mistake.
Oh, you're approaching me?
Magic Jojo Man.
Okay,
Oh,
yeah,
God.
here he comes.
Oh, God. Oh, God.
I told you might go for him.
Oh, God.
So much for that perfect turn.
Oh,
You respect the emperor of an empire.
Gray's death quote was accurate there.
Yeah, that hurt a lot. Ow.
That was a mistake.
All the mistakes were made. That was funny though. Oh my god.
Pat?
No, that
Okay,
he can move. He can move. He can move.
Okay, I was just like, don't repeat your mistake, damn it.
Clearly, Toby can take the hit though.
Yeah. The Emperor would be so afraid looking at this absolute man of a man. He would be like, oh, I can't even miss
Hey,
swing.
Excalibur, my man, Excalibur.
He just opens with a crit. Like, Jesus Christ.
What happens when Fire Emblem gets PvP at that point?
Oh god, remember when that was a thing in Awakening?
God.
I don't think Awakening had proper PvP. At least I don't know if I certainly never played it because the only people I played it with didn't care.
Like the Street Pass thing, like your units.
They had the Street Pass system, yeah. In Shadow Dragon, though, the Shadow Dragon remake, that absolutely had a PvP.
I'm assuming it didn't go over very well.
I couldn't tell you, but I presume it wasn't great.
Alright.
Attempt number 2.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh.
No crit this time.
Oh.
Fate has already changed.
Aww.
Okay, if we're not critting, clearly Rudolph won't.
Impossible. Could never happen.
Okay, please.
This crit would be appreciated, though.
Dead.
Yeah.
Destiny
Important
stays
one
the same.
Let's hope it doesn't on this next part.
Rudolph teleports like a witch and comes after Gray again.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, well,
all right.
Now we can just focus fire Rudolph.
Yeah, so Alm's your heavy duty. Probably wait. Do some damage with other people first.
Okay.
He doubles
Look at
everyone.
his face. This is fun.
Yeah, he's This is fine.
Oh god, please don't crit, please don't crit, please don't crit.
The damage?
Okay, phew.
Tobin, Excalibur.
Let's try it.
Clearly he can't. I swear to God, if he crits and somehow kills him.
Can Alm finish him?
See if he can now.
Double Lion might be able to do the job.
No, but
If he crits, he could.
We have a Delphia. Oh, no!
We do have a Delphia. As hilarious as that would be.
I feel...
Yeah, just fire him. Just fire.
Yeah. And then watch her crit. Okay. Alright, Alm, take down the Empire.
Let's do it! Subdue.
Yeah.
Take him down!
Yeah.
Boom!
Perfect!
This is as it should be.
I love the music just stops.
I feel light on my feet today.
Hey, the new Emperor has arrived, so his theme must play.
Alright.
Fun fact, Rudolph does not attack Alm.
Done well. I'm proud of you, my son.
What?
And that's why.
I knew I was right to entrust you to my dearest friend.
Your friend? You mean... Myson? What's going on here? What are you saying?
I thought you'd have realized by now your true name. Your true name is Alpine Alm Rudolph. You are my one and only son.
What? That can't be true. You're lying. Why should I believe a word you say?
Be still, Alm. I haven't time left to explain. But I beg you to grant me one final favor.
You want a favor from me?
Take the divine falchion that sealed Milla's strength. Duma has become a thing of mindless evil. Use the blade and destroy him. Please, my son. You must.
No, wait! Emperor Rudolph! Were you truly my father? Then I've just... Oh, gods! What have I done?
Stop! Please, no more! How has it come to this?
The boy will come to slay Lord Duma ere long. A fool's errand, I fear, without falchion.
Alm is coming here? Please, you mustn't hurt him. My soul alone is all you need, yes?
Oh? Then you will offer up your soul to Lord Duma willingly?
I will. If it saves Alm, I will surrender my soul gladly.
As you wish, Your Highness. Now come with me.
So yeah.
Remember when I kept talking about how much of a dad voice Jameson Price has?
Yeah, because of that.
I mean, I was saying that because of Nier, but the fact that there's... I remember that he voiced Rudolph here, I was like, oh, that's even better.
Alright, we should probably stop now, I think, after...
There's some...
I feel that there's a really good ending point once you enter the castle.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then we'll do that.
You know, folks tell me I'm wasting my natural talents. Well, I never asked to be amazing. I'm not even all that interested in magic or fighting. My brother's the one who's all gung-ho about it. Don't get me wrong. I'm glad that I have a way of helping you all out. But I sure hope that doesn't end up being my purpose in life because... Anyway, hurry up and bring this war to an end, would you, Alm? I want to do what I feel like without folks giving me guff all the time.
Poorly timed conversation.
Long live His Excellency Rudolph II! Welcome home, Prince Albine.
It's like, oh shit, new royalty. Shit.
Welcome home, Prince Albine. I am Masena, captain of Emperor Rudolph's Imperial
More
Guard.
opportunities to try and peg his voice.
His Excellency told me everything before facing you in battle. Afterward, I gathered the remnants of his forces and awaited your arrival.
Sounds super familiar, but I don't know.
Alright, the actor is Tyson Haffey. And most recent thing I know you played that he is in was as Aizen in Tales of Arise.
Ah, okay, yeah.
And he's also the voice of Aswell in Soul Calibur 6.
Oh, okay.
And he's also the modern voice of Navarre. Topical. We talked about him at the start of the stream.
I cannot speak to His Excellency's intentions. I humbly ask that you visit the throne and listen to what Sir Mycen has to say.
Mycen is here?
I'm going his ass to the throne room, like, bruh.
Rudolph marched on the Temple of Mila. I know the blade he used to seal her power away, the divine falchion, had long been housed in the treasure vaults beneath Duma Tower, though I fear I do not know what became of it after.
So this is the game that absolutely cemented the interesting idea. Well, the fact that they've now decided that the sword that looks like this is called a falchion, which it most certainly is not.
Sir!
You have a lot of explaining to do, sir!
So you've come, Alm.
Grandfather, what the hell is going on? What are you doing here? Rudolph said I was his son. And now all these people are calling me a prince.
It's only natural that you're feeling confused. But there is no denying fact. You are the only son of Emperor Rudolph, scion of the Regelian Imperial bloodline, and true heir to Regel's throne.
How could you? You knew all this time. And yet you kept it from me. You knew. And you still sent me off to kill my own father!
Please remain calm, Alm. Let me explain. Best I start at the very beginning. As you well know, Valentia has always been divided north from south, split between the two gods, Mila and Duma. But their involvement with mankind eventually grew too deep. When madness takes a god, man is lost. And where gods meet ruin, men die too. That is the plight Valentia now faces.
You're saying the gods are dying?
I fear so. Rudolph was among the first to understand the signs. He saw Duma's growing madness and knew it for a harbinger of ruin. But then you were born, Alm.
What does that have to do with any of this?
You bore the brand, sign of the hero who would rise to save Valentia. Hearing that prophecy, Rudolph knew you must be kept hidden from the faithful. He concealed the news of your birth and entrusted you to me and Sophia. I will never forget the pain on his face when he placed you in my arms. That day marked a change in him. He donned the mantle of one who would destroy the old world order, one who'd free men to live by their own power, even if they hated him for it. He knew such heresy would bring forth those who wished for his death. So for that death to come at the hand of his beloved son was a mercy. He told me himself that he could imagine no more peaceful end.
And what of my peace?
This is not the time for mourning or self-pity, boy. Rudolph's purpose now falls to you. The true foe you must defeat is Duma, as well as the zealots tainted by his madness, who seek control of Valentia. Jeddah and his Duma faithful. If you do not hurry, Celica's life will also be in peril.
Oh gods! Celica! She set out in search of Duma in order to save Milla.
A passage beneath this castle leads to the Temple of Duma. Go, Alm. Go and finish this. Return the mad god Duma to the darkness from whence he came.
Woo!
His whole story was a lie. Alm's youth, his days of training with Myson, all were but calculations in a far-reaching plot by his Lord Father, Emperor Rudolph. Alm had taken his father's life, and that sadness would stay with him always. But destiny would not permit this son of the brand to simply walk away. Valentia lay yet in the grip of Duma, the wicked god, the war father, as well as Alm's dear Celica, who would become Duma's willing servant.
Can we get some W's for Alm's VA?
Yeah, but Carly freaking killed it.
Alright, Act 5.
This will be the entire next stream, hopefully.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, right.
Yeah, we still got some stuff to sleep on.
It's not possible. Alm is the Emperor's true son, which makes him the rightful successor to the Imperial throne. All this time, all the effort, what has it all been for? No, it isn't true. It can't be. I refuse to believe it. Nothing but lies. Lies! 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 Is that an altar? How did I get here? What's happening?
Heed me.
Who are you?
Heed me, you thirst for power. Call to me, accept me unto your soul.
That voice. Duma? Is it really you? What?
Lord Berkut!
Renea.
I've been looking all over for you. This is the last place I would have expected to find you. You always hated the faithful, after all.
This is true. But then I had the throne snatched from under me by some magical heir. Plying the gods' mercies is what men do in hopeless situations, is it not?
I didn't mean... Forgive me. I shouldn't have said anything. Please don't despair so. Alm seems a kind and generous man. I'm certain he'll treat you fair.
And I'm to be content with that? I wanted to beat him, Renea. To dispatch him and claim the throne. I wanted to make you my empress. And hold all Valentia in our palms together. But what of those dreams now? Even Raquel alone is now forever beyond my grasp. So I'm to live in this Alm's shadow? Throw myself upon his mercy? I would sooner an honorable death at the executioner's blade.
Berkut, you mustn't say such things. I never... The truth is, I never wanted to be Empress.
What?
To stand at your side is all I've ever desired. I don't care if you're the Emperor or a swineherd, so long as we... Berkut?
You too, Renea?
What?
Were you laughing along with them? Rudolph, Masena, and all the rest? Watching me toil away while you knew I would never become Emperor? Was every kind word part of the act? Every smile an act of pity?
Berkut, you're frightening me.
Duma, Oh, ancient god, I call out to you now. Grant me the power to set this land to ruin, for good and all. Take of me what price you will. I care not anymore.
Can we get some W's in chat for Berkut's voice
Yeah, I
actor?
know. I was about to say, holy shit.
Yeah. Carly and Sinclair freaking bringing their A game at the end game. Yep. Okay.
That was weird.
The game couldn't handle that performance either, I guess.
Duma is loading. Please wait.
Who are you? What have you done to Lady Renea?
Transmutation circle.
Well, he did perform some equivalent exchange, so. Suddenly something 2D animated.
Yo, can we get a couple of L's for Bakoots? Yikes.
What, for the game or his action? Either one kind of works.
It's a shame that can't be put in highlights.
Grandfather, what's this door?
It leads to the altar beneath
to
Duma
the
Tower.
endgame, Mom.
But know that
It leads to the final boss.
Prepare well before you enter.
If you got any supports you want done now, you would farm them out right outside.
You show Lord Berkut compassion. He weighed heavy on Emperor Rudolph's mind for many years. The Emperor knew that keeping the boy in ignorance could only bring him pain. And yet, the prospect of your being discovered was too great a risk. Still, Berkut was his nephew, and the same age as the son he parted with. So
I still don't believe that.
of you, if only to respect Emperor Rudolph's wishes.
There's a memory prism. Maybe we should
wonder
grab
what that
and then
is.
we should grab that and then save the game. You can watch that next time.
Alright.
So you get to sleep on that Berku upcoming battle. Not so subtle spoiler,
Alright,
because yeah,
so
for next time.
For
Also-
next, I want to say, do we want to start at 6 for that to have more time? Do you think? Just in
I'd be
case?
fine with that.
I can hopefully make it, yeah.
Yeah. So we're approaching the end game very quickly now at this point, man.
We're in the last act.
I've been enjoying this game so much, man. Oh my god.
Also, poor Renea being succumbed to Mima being
Renea-
killed by
Renea's
fire.
just like, I just wanted to be at home, man. Like,
See, even Akira agrees.
even Akira's just like, man, this sucks. Alrighty. Well, that will end it for us tonight. Next week is the end game at this point, so
Yay!
we will start at Beyond.
I
Good.
don't think that's the time.
No, we will start at 6 next week. And yeah, so have a good night, everybody.
Good night.
Bye.